accordance with the Virginia Beach City Code, Section 2-21, and the authority vested in me as mayor of the city of Virginia Beach, I hereby call for a special meeting of the Virginia Beach City Council on Tuesday, August 22nd, 2023, at 8:30 a.m. in the Virginia Beach Convention Center, 1019th Street, Suite 2. The purpose of this special meeting is to hold a city council retreat. And once again, we thank everybody for coming here today. You know, I think we have a lot of important work. You know, over the last couple of years, we have gone through a lot, you know, with the previous council and this council, and we're looking forward now to hopefully the light at the end of the tunnel and a bright future, which many potential things that'll take our city to the next level. So at this point, we're going to ask our facilitator to come on up and introduce and get the ball rolling.
Actually, Patrick, you're going first.
All right, Mr. Mayor, members of council, so thank you for your time here today, and we look forward to being able to discuss with you to lay out an action plan for staff that we can execute for you on your behalf for the next 2 years. And at this time, we'll turn it over to Monica, and Monica will give you a quick overview of what we got in store for you today.
Okay, thank you. Monica, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and despite that, we are very organized for today. We know what's going on for the entire day. Perfect, thank you. So just quick slides to remind you all of why we're here, what we're trying to accomplish, what we're not trying to accomplish, then I'll introduce your facilitators. First, just want to be really clear that organizing retreats is like a art more so than a science. I know some of you have some healthy anxiety about all the things we're trying to accomplish today, but we just want to be really clear that the structure is to serve you, not the other way around. So as we are going through the day, listening to your discussion, if it turns out we need to do another round of priorities or we need to shift things, we are going to be agile. The things that we are really tied to is making sure that everyone has equal opportunity to share their priorities uninterrupted. That's really the only thing that we're wedded to. The rest of it, we will be flexible. This is your retreat. So the structure is to serve you all, not the other way around. But we're here because we want you all to have the time to think about the answers to these questions, what's important, why it's important. We also want to talk about what's success, what does progress look like. So those are the reasons that we're here today. Eventually what we're going to build out are your key focus areas, your objectives, initiatives, and measures. But today what we're really asking you to focus on is where do you want us to put our attention for the next 2 years? And then what does that look like? What does progress look like? The details and how we get there, staff tomorrow, we will begin building that out. We're going to bring that back to you all to get your blessing, to get your feedback, and we'll get some from the community as well, and then we'll finalize the plan. But even when the plan is finalized, it's going to be an ongoing conversation. It will help us decide what to bring you, your workshop topics, what to bring you at your winter retreat. So really want you to understand that today is not a one and done, you have to get everything done. It's really just to guide us to what are the areas you want us to focus on and what does that look like success-wise. So don't put more pressure on yourselves than what's needed. And we have two amazing facilitators that will help guide the day. We have Beverly Foster. Beverly, will you raise your hand so they know which one you're on? Beverly, undergrad at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, graduate school. She went to Western Carolina, former HR director, and now she's with Fountain Works as a facilitator. We have the incomparable Julie Brenham, undergrad UC Berkeley, graduate school Harvard because she's an underachiever, former budget director for the city county of San Francisco, former deputy city manager for the city of Durham, adjunct professor at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, and a senior facilitator with Fountain Works. So they bring just a wealth of experience working with elected officials, and just really look forward to them helping to guide today's discussion. So I will turn it over to Julie.
Thank you, Monica. Mic's on? All right. So thank you all for having me with you today. as Monica said, this retreat is for you all. And so I appreciate the council members that you were able to take some time to talk to me ahead of the retreat. Thank you. So that we could start understanding your priorities, get you all to start thinking about them a little bit as well. As you can see, we use some visuals to help focus the conversation. Mostly we're going to be up front, but I do have an agenda off to the side, and I'm going to refer to that right now. You do also each at your table have a folder with an agenda and some summary information that you received ahead of time as well. So this morning we're starting by getting grounded and why we're here. I'm going to ask you to introduce yourselves and share what success would look like at the end of the day for this retreat. We're going to then turn to this environmental scan. The staff wanted to give you some context of the environment that Virginia Beach is working in to set the stage as you start thinking about your priorities for the next 24 months. After we go through the environmental scan, we're going to ask each of you to share up to 7 priorities for the coming year. And I know when I talked to you all ahead of time, you started sharing some of those priorities, and we shared in your folders a summary of what I heard so far, but we want you to be able to share with each other. As we spoke on the phone or on Zoom, we talked about using a friendly timer. So when you're sharing your priorities, we've got a nice little subtle timer. It'll count down 10 minutes, and you can visually see as you're getting close to 0. So we're just wanting you all to stay on track so that we all have an opportunity to hear from each other. After you all share your top up to 7 priorities, give you all a chance to ask each other questions to clarify what you meant by the different priorities, and then we'll start prioritizing with each other. As I said to many of you on the phone, if all 11 of you come in with 7 different priorities, that's 77 priorities, and we think 77 is too much. So we want to start consolidating. There's going to be a lot of overlap, but there's going to be some differences. We want to make sure what you come up with for a 24-month action plan is realistic. So we'll do some prioritizing. After we get to prioritizing, we're going to ask you to help define success so that staff understands when you say, this is my priority, what do you want them to do? So it's very clear what success would look like after you've set these priorities. As Monica said, if we don't quite get through all of that, or if we need further discussions at another date, staff is prepared to work on that with you all. That's our agenda today. We're going to be here until 5 o'clock. We will take breaks. We have a lunch. We've got space back there. I hope that while we're here, we can all be here and focused on the conversation, and you all focused on each other. Just over here, we've got roles. The council members, you are the active participants. The focus is on you. FountainWorks is here as facilitators. Staff is here as resources. There are no staff presentations planned today. If you have questions for staff, they're available to answer questions to clarify, but we're not having them do presentations today. And then the public and the folks in back or watching on live streaming are observers. This isn't a public hearing, so it's not an opportunity for public comment. This is really all about you. Our outcomes for the day, we're hoping to develop that shared understanding amongst yourself and from staff on the key focus areas for the next 24 months. So this isn't a 5-year plan. We're really looking at 24 months, the next 2 years. We want you to prioritize those focus areas and clarify what success looks like. I've put a couple of ground rules up over there, and I'll share mine with you, but I also welcome you all to add or modify. The first is to make space for each other. Don't dominate the conversation and share. Do share the time. You know, we're going to be using the friendly timer a few times during the conversation, but I will work to facilitate to make sure none of you are dominating, and I hope you all hold each other accountable for that as well. At the same time, we want you to be able to have a healthy, robust discussion. So don't want to be cutting off just because the agenda says it's 8:50 and we're supposed to be moving on. If you're at a critical conversation, we'll keep going. The next one is focus citywide. You all have been undergoing a major shift to districts and district elections. And I have heard from you all and from staff, there are new things that you're all experiencing with that shift from citywide election to district elections. I'm not asking any of you to ignore your districts or the needs of your districts, but hold the needs of your districts in the context of citywide needs as you're looking at citywide priorities for the next 24 months. And then my last ground rule I propose is to seek a common understanding, if not consensus. When we're prioritizing, you're likely not all going to agree on things, but we want you to at least understand where you're going and what the majority is interested in. So it's okay if you don't have 11 people saying this is the top priority, this is the second priority, but we want to get a general sense of the common understanding of why some different things are priorities. I'll pause there. Any questions about the agenda? Any requests for other ground rules or outcomes? No questions. So treasure the silence right now because it's gonna get rowdy. All right. Well, the first thing that I would like you to do is think about this retreat and what you're hoping to get out of the retreat. And you have some Post-its and Sharpies in front of you. I have 3 questions for you, and I'd like you to write down an answer to each. What does success look like for the community at the end of the retreat? So at the end of the retreat today, if you wanted to share with the community, hey, this was a really successful retreat, what would you hope to be able to tell them? What does the success look like for the retreat for you all personally as individual council members? What do you hope to get out of it? And then the last one is for the retreat as a whole, what are you hoping we end up with? So for the community, for you personally, and for you as a body, as the council. So write on each Post-it note, 1 for the community, 1 for you personally, and 1 for the council retreat body. take another minute. Councilmember Holcomb, you're right next to me. Would you care to go first?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Rocky Holcomb, and I represent District 1. And I'm proud to say that we have 10 districts in Virginia Beach, but I'm proud to live in number 1. So as we go through and we talk about the community, I think what we need to understand from my perspective is that we need to take away that the community has clear direction on where we're headed as a city and as a council. And so that there's not any confusion that we know we have to grow the economy, and we know we have to have affordable housing, and the many things that we'll talk about today. And I hope that the citizens understand that's the direction we're going to head. And so, I don't know, do you want my post-it note?
We'll take them.
My handwriting is just terrible.
It's
And another thing, I tell you, when they were introducing these ladies and these fine resumes they had, I always get flashbacks when they say somebody graduated magna cum laude, because when I graduated, they said, "Thank you, good Lord." So personally, I would like to take out of here something you may not see online or on council when you watch it, but there's a lot of cohesion on this council. This council agrees on more than they disagree on, and I hope that we can take that away from there. And in the same vein for the council retreat, it's just clear direction on where we're headed. And, you know, understanding we can walk and chew gum at the same time, so we can do several different things and manage different projects. So that's what I'm hoping to take out of the retreat.
excellent. Thank you. Councilmember Rouse?
Good morning, everyone. I'm Jennifer Rouse. I represent District 10. For the community, I wrote that the community would see the public needs are prioritized. So that was something looking at the interests or the issues that we would talk about with public funds, prioritizing public needs. Personally, so Rocky and I just sort of switched how we categorized it, but personally, I'm hoping to leave feeling that I made useful contributions to an action plan, so something that can actually be, we can leave here and have some direction. And then for the body, consensus on major priorities as we work towards an action plan. So the key word being action on these items.
Action. Great, thank you.
Hi, good morning. I'm Josh Schulman. I represent District 9. Thank you, everybody, for being here. And my priorities for the community out of this retreat would be that we identify some shared citywide priorities. And we're each going to have our district priorities, but a lot of those may relate in many ways to shared goals for our entire city. So if we can support other districts or other members in their districts on items that plug into citywide priorities, I think that would be a good thing to, you know, to demonstrate to the community. In terms of personally, I would love to go back in our town halls and civic league meetings in District 9 and tell constituents that our district priorities do align with citywide priorities, and show them how. And for the retreat as a whole, I hope staff is given a clear direction and, most importantly, the room to work and give us recommendations.
Great, thank you so much. Councilmember Wooten.
Good morning. My name is Councilmember Sabrina Wooten, represent District 7. And in terms of the questions, you know, success, what does that look like for the community? That should include the community's perspective. Certainly for me, when I'm out in the community, I want to know what the community thinks. And so because it's their tax dollars, we should be making sure they're integrated in each part of our discussion in terms of what budget priorities are, what success looks like. Part of that is ensuring that, we look at some of the areas that are important, looking at the mission statement that we have, how we're supposed to provide services for the community, educational-wise, in terms of recreation and other areas. That's important to stick to the mission of the city, because when you tie the needs of the community, the priorities of the community to the mission of the community, you're always going to have success, and what you do will line up with what the community wants. So whatever we're discussing today in terms of success should be mission-based, and also should focus on the values of this community. In terms of what personal success would be, and success as it relates to this retreat, I know what success is not, and I focus on that often, doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results. And so my time here on council, I've been able to observe some things that work, some things that don't work. And so let's look at things that are not working, and let's find ways that we can implement elements that do work, and expect success, but that's going to really focus on change, maybe a different perspective, not the same thing that we've been doing. And so in terms of a retreat as well, I appreciate the time that we get together, and I will say I did look at the information provided in this year-end performance report, and I think I spoke with you on the phone. I'm always looking at progress. So we do a lot of talking. How are we progressing? How are we doing with those 5 priorities? And this is a good indication of progress and where we're headed. So thank you for putting together this information, staff.
Thank you.
Barbara Henley, District 2, which happens to be geographically the largest district. I really couldn't say what the success is going to be at the end of the day. The success is going to depend on the following actions of council. So I can answer that question in a couple of months for the community. And as far as for the staff, I hope the staff will have a better understanding of just what it is the council wants to accomplish, instead of looking at 11 different things, that we've got one together. And I think that's going to be the important thing. And for city council, from my perspective, I think it's going to help me a lot to have a better understanding of just what it is that each city council member is trying to accomplish.
Great, thank you. Mayor?
Bobby D., and I do live in District 1. One of the things I think we really got to take community and focus on it. We're in a brandy new 10-district system, and we have 465,000 thereabouts residents here. And I think one of the things that we should strive for is a sense of our community having a sense of unity, that they're really a proactive part of our government, that they do have a voice, that they are not being ignored, and and once again, I think one of the things that we have found out, that we have a very resilient and engaged community in many ways, and give them the opportunities to serve on boards and commissions and things of that nature, but once again to engage the community in such a responsive way. And quite frankly, I'm delighted that a lot of the council members, we started with a year with 5 new council members, having a lot of interactive community action in their own districts and everything. So I think that's a positive. Personally, and I'll be talking about this, we're really getting at the state of the city. I announced the HOPE initiative, or maybe calling it the HOPE pipeline, helping our people excel, which would help with community. I'll be talking more about that in terms of priorities, where we're going to go, but right after Labor Day, we're really looking to launch an initiative. And, basically, after our first 60 years, the city embraced the Hope Initiative as our branding about going forward and what we want to do in terms of building community. And I'm glad so many council members will be engaged in this process. It's going to be a true community building initiative. And as far as the outcomes, and once again, we have with the 5 new members that I really think, I think Rocky mentioned that we're gelling and we're getting a lot accomplished. We're not always going to agree, but as long as we disagree with respect and dignity. But this is another opportunity to build those positive bridges, and for each individual to get to understand where the other person is coming from, and just build those positive bridges.
Great, thank you.
My name is Rosemary Wilson. I'm the Vice Mayor, and I represent District 5. So there's been some really wonderful things said already. For the community, I like to make sure that our citizens, that they feel that they get value for their tax dollars, and that we are providing the quality core services for public safety, education, the stormwater needs, and we've got to do the economic, all the things that we do that are core services that, we pull together for our Parks and Rec, all of these things. These things are important for our citizens. And you talked about being a new district. I mean, I've been on council a long time, but I was always at large. So having a district it's been a learning experience. But you really do get more into the nitty-gritty of the neighborhoods and what's really important, rather than looking at a broad stroke of what's really important to, and it could be they just want their trash debris picked up, but that's important to them, and so it should be important to us. I want to see us to continue to grow as a body. I think, as Bobby talked about, we had 5 new members, and we're all having, that was a learning curve for all of us to get together, and it's a learning curve for them, I'm sure, for all of us to get together, and how it all works, how we all work together, and for us to continue to grow as a body. And I think we're doing really great strides. As Bobby says, we don't always agree, but we're not supposed to. And so that's what I want to see, is the more we can grow as a body, the more we'll be able to accomplish. And then at the end of the day, that we set doable and attainable goals. Things that we can really say, we did that. Like last Tuesday, we all of a sudden had a direction for Rudy Loop after at least 4 years. That was very exciting. So anyway, those are the 3 things. My little stickies.
Thank you.
Good morning to everyone. My name is Dr. Amelia Ross Hammond, and I represent District 4, the most culturally diverse district. I hope you accept that, District 1. And what I mean about that, too, is we have very great amenities. We have the Sandler Center, we've got Town Center, all the theaters. We have Topgolf. We have MOCA now coming into my district. We have historically African American neighborhoods. This is what I mean by we have a diverse culture, and I am happy to represent District 4. For the community, I wrote down, and I just wrote short things: increase confidence in their city's leadership and direction for our great city, for them to understand that their priorities are valued and heard. For myself, I put more clarity across some policies, procedures, regulations that we as a group will understand, so we'll be able to work with our staff and respect what they bring to the table. And the final part on that I would like to see more collegiality for a more focused body that's governing our city. Because what we reflect here reflects back into the community. And for facilitation, I put great understanding of our path forward amongst ourselves with the assistance of our retreat facilitator for the next 24 months. Thank you. Not years.
Not years, months. Perfect, thank you.
Good morning. My name is Michael Berlucci, and I have the really pleasure and privilege to represent District 3. District 3 is located right in the center of Virginia Beach, and I sort of like to characterize District 3 in some ways as the heart and the heartbeat of the city of Virginia Beach. District 3 is comprised of hardworking people. Sorry, I'm getting a lot of feedback here. Hardworking people, hardworking families, people who love their families, they love their schools, they love our city, love our country, and it's a real privilege to work with the citizens of District 3 to serve our city and our community. So for this retreat, starting with what success looks like for our community, and again, I think so many other great things have been said this morning, but now I have to say mine, so the risk of repeating some, I think people have an expectation that there's a clear direction coming out of this body and out of the city organization as a whole for what our future looks like, for what the next steps are for the short term, medium term, even long term. And also, as Dr. Ross Hammond noted, I think there's an expectation that the collective vision of our citizens and of our community is reflected in the priorities that we identified today. I do believe that's critically important. For me personally, I'm looking forward to having a better understanding of the different priorities that members of this body are bringing to the table from their respective districts and communities. I think we will all be better served by understanding each other better. And also, and so that's my personal hope. My hope for the council retreat is really that we leave this room with enhanced collaboration, a sense of teamwork, and that we're more on the same page walking out the door than we were when we walked in. Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Good morning, Chris Taylor, councilman for District 8. Thank you to the facilitators, to the staff for putting this on today. Success for the community. Hopefully, I know our city manager likes to use the term cadence, and so I've heard a lot of feedback from the community, questions on how do we plan for 24 months in just one day. So hopefully looking at adding maybe another day next year to this forum so we could spend some more time together. Success, a clear understanding of the priorities and the direction we're taking as a city. Sometimes that's not as clear, and I think understanding is important because depending on how long you've been in our city and where you've moved from or your experience, there may be a lack of understanding. So sometimes there's confusion in the community as to what we're really trying to do. I hope the community sees that we're utilizing the feedback from the community surveys that we've invested in. And personally, just to better understand my colleagues' priorities and why they are important to them, because the districts they have different resources, different makeups. District 8 is full of waterways and no Mount Trashmore, Michael. So the priorities are different, but I want to understand why my colleagues may support some priorities or issues where I may lack understanding. And then as a body for the council retreat, clarity of vision. And so where are we going and how are we getting there? Clear expectations, what is the outcome supposed to be, and then a clear strategic plan. And so without strategy, a lot of these big issues aren't going to be tackled. And then finally, our plate is full and the buffet's hot, so we got to eat. Have a good day. Thank you.
Wait, Our plate is full and the buffet's hot. Okay, so we gotta eat, so action, got it? Okay, thank you. I might be a little slow on. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Worth Remick, council member for District 6, which is where we are now. And first, I want to thank and congratulate Monica Chaparro and the Office of Performance and Accountability. This is really important, this retreat. This is my second retreat. Took my seat on January 3rd. And as much as we legislate and discuss and get information in informal and formal sessions, this is really important because I think the more we talk and communicate and learn about each other. My wife yesterday told someone that we have 10, my family has 10 more new family members, and that's the rest of you all as colleagues. And so I have really enjoyed getting to know each and every one of you and look forward to the next 3.5 years. So for community, and everyone so far has said great things. But if we can agree upon for community 3, 5, 7, 10 areas of agreement, priorities, I think we've already talked about them. Certainly public safety, public education, economic development, neighborhood protection, flood mitigation. Now, I think that's common throughout the city, so that's for the community. I think we can agree upon at least 3 or 4 or 5 of those, if not more. For personally, like everyone has said, I want to learn more about what's important to you all and other areas of the city. We are new to the district system, but I will also say that if I only champion District 6, that's only 1 vote. And so we do have to collaborate and communicate because I need at least 5 more to get something done. So it's called mutual interests. A lot of this is mutual interest, but if I really just focus on District 6 and not the city is our community. And so what's good for Kempsville or Bayside or Princess Anne Plaza or the county is good for District 6, in my opinion. We are one Virginia Beach. So on council retreat, I've already pretty much said it, come to agreement on our priorities that can be achieved. And in the business world, you're measured by your solutions and your deals done and from where I come from. So once we can get these priorities turned into action steps and programs, that's what looks like success for me. Thank you. And thanks to Fountain Works for coming up from the great state of North Carolina to the greater state of Virginia.
Thank you all for sharing your intentions as we set into the retreat. I think it's very helpful for you all to just hear from each other, for me to also hear your expectations. I'll just say a couple of things I heard very loud and clear. One is the community. It's the outer circle, and as all of you were talking, I was hearing it's the heart of why you do everything. But since it's on the outer, I think it encompasses everything that you do. You are here for the community. You are being responsive to the community, and you want to support the community. And then what came across loud and clear also is you're all here to work together. And as you're a newish body, only a few months old with the 11 of you on it, you're still figuring out what was important to each of you. And then finally heard action, focus, priorities. And so what we want out of the day is to be clear on what the priorities are, and you want staff then to be able to take action on your priorities. So I'm hoping that we've set up the day for us to be able to accomplish it. I know it's a lot to accomplish in a day. We're not going to necessarily solve all of the problems or priorities you identify today, but we will make clear what the priorities are so that they can be addressed in the next 24 months. So with that, we're going to shift and talk about this environmental scan. Let's move the board so it's more centered.
You folks from North Carolina do some good artwork, I'll tell you. Come toward me a little bit so we're centered. Is that more or less? No one's going to have to turn your back. If you can't read it all, this is also summarized in a handout in your packet, so you can kind of follow along there.
We enjoy doing artwork and visuals. There's a lot of studies that you remember it more if you see it visually. So I talked to almost all of you on the phone. We also held a session with the leadership team of the staff. And we thought it was important to set the stage for your next 24 months by kind of looking at the context you're working in. What are the different trends and factors that are affecting Virginia Beach and what's happening to you all? Without paying attention to the trends, if you set priorities, you might miss some important things. We call this a pestle because if you spell out political, economic, social, technology, legal, environment, so it's in a different order, it spells out pestle. So you might hear me referring to the pestle, but this is a context map of what you're working in. So I'm going to go through each category and invite you to also add if you think we might miss something or elaborate or ask questions. But just want us all to be on the same page about the context we're working in as we think about the future. So some political trends to be aware of. The first is the transition to district elections is an important context that you're all working in. It's impacting the council and how you work together, how you set priorities. Are you thinking citywide? Are you thinking about districts? It's impacting things like how you're dealing with your budget. Do we need to allocate things to each district? Is it citywide? So it's on a lot of your minds. It's also impacting how the community and you all are working with staff. Are we having more town hall forums, doing more surveys? We want to know what's happening district by district. So it's just changing some of your dynamics about how you are operating. Changing community expectations as well. As the vice mayor said, you suddenly are paying attention to slightly different things because if you're looking just within a district, there are some things that bubble up that might not have bubbled up if you were just looking citywide. So transition to district elections. Related to that is balancing the level of community engagement with operationalizing strategic opportunities. So we've heard about a passion for community engagement, and the community is at the heart of everything you do. It's your purpose, and you want to hear from the community, but trying to balance how much you hear from them versus moving to action, because you also want to move to action. So figuring out how to hear from the community and take action, how to hear from the community and not overburden staff with having to do 11 different community input sessions. So thinking through things like that. State and federal regulations can impact local priorities. So some things might be a priority in Virginia Beach, and the state or federal regulations might cause some challenges to you prioritizing it. An example that came up is how you all might want to handle some panhandling versus what constitutional attorneys might say you can do. So just keeping in context that state and federal regulations might not always be enabling to what your priorities are. National trends have had some local impacts. A couple examples that came up. Your libraries have had a lot of book challenges of what's appropriate, or nationwide, what's appropriate to have in a library. There's been some concern about foreign corporate ownership of businesses that come into the community. So just thinking about some of these national trends, and they have very local impacts as well. And then collective bargaining, and what you're going to do with collective bargaining is also a political trend we've noticed. Any comments there? Clarifications? You're always so quick. So I'll move to legal. Some of the legal trends that were identified addressing the unhoused population, what you can do and what you want to do. Some limited ability to enforce land use regulations. A couple examples that came up were short-term rentals and nuisance properties. So you have some regulations on the books. What can you do to enforce them? Changes in workforce legislation and a labor shortage. So there have been some changes that maybe are more beneficial to employees, some that are more beneficial to employers, and challenges with getting enough workforce to do the work. And then frequent rule changes make it hard to stay up to date. Federal and state regulations and policies change a lot, and in some parts of city government, they're changing so frequently, you just caught up with one thing, and then it's changed again. So just trying to stay on top of rules and regulations. I'm going to keep going. You all chime in. Okay. Some economic trends. Balancing revenues and affordability with the increased costs of service. So we all see costs going up, whether it's in your capital improvement program or it's in the community and the price of housing is going up. But with the city wanting to maintain a reasonable tax rate and provide enough services to the community is a balance. The demand for services exceeds resources, so that's a similar thing. There's a lot of expectations for services from the community, and you're trying to balance that with how much revenue you have available. With those and with some other things, it's important to acknowledge trade-offs, that you could provide all the services in the world, but then what would happen to your tax rate and what impact does that have on some of your less resourced community? Aging infrastructure, that a lot of your infrastructure was built, I think 40-ish years ago, and so it's coming due for some repairs, maintenance, renovation, and so there's big cost to that. Balancing economic performance and expansion with low tax rate. So again, strong economy, keeping tax rate reasonable. And then state and federal governments provide a lot of unfunded mandates to local governments, a lot of new things, changing things that you have to do, and they don't give you new revenue to do it. I'm going to move over here to some social trends to pay attention to. There's been a stronger emphasis on equity and inclusion in the city and in the community. There's expectation for immediate response. So people, used to submit a request for something and it would be a week or two and no one minds, but now they might ask for some documents, and if you haven't responded in 12 minutes, they escalate it and ask for a quick response. So the community is asking for really quick responses to everything. Balance. Were we missing a letter? Staffing, yes. Sorry, balancing citizen needs and workforce demands. So, your workforce is looking for a work-life balance, remote work, And you want that to attract good employees. You also need to balance that with what the community expects in terms of service. Staffing is a challenge, not just for the city, but a lot of private businesses as well in the community. You know, there's an aging workforce, there's turnover, there's worker shortages. A big social trend nationwide is a lack of trust between government and citizens, that folks don't trust that you're going to do what's in their best interest. They might not trust what you say is true. And so trying to address that trust and continue to build trust. Creating psychological safety in the workplace, making people feel safe in the workplace is important. Safe with their coworkers, safe with the public. And there's been a trend of increased incivility across the country, of people just being more disrespectful to each other. Some technological trends to be aware of. You know, cybersecurity is a big issue. Maintaining the safety of your systems, helping your community stay safe. Also, data sharing ties into that, and that comes to trust. People are afraid of sharing their information with you, but you also want to share information to provide better services to the community, so just trying to balance all of that. Technology is constantly changing and constantly being updated, and it's hard to keep up. And technology costs a lot of money, and governments across the country are notoriously slow at adapting and adopting new technologies. So trying to keep up without breaking the bank, but staying modern. And it's expensive to keep up with all of those advancements. Requests for more flexible work environments related to technology. The pandemic taught us all that there's a lot of work that can be done from home, but do you have the technology to allow for that? And then AI, artificial intelligence, is going to impact us, and we don't really know all the ways. There's going to be some positive impacts, and there's probably going to be some negative impacts, but that's a trend to be aware of. And then finally, environmental trends. There have been more environmental regulatory requirements, good for protecting the environment, challenging sometimes with the cost of making sure that you can comply. So there's a trade-off between the desire to protect the environment and grow the economy and development across the city. Within environmental, there's a lot of infrastructure needs. Your sewer systems, your stormwater, addressing flooding are all big environmental impacts that you're facing. And then need for a long-term plan for resiliency and sustainability of the community. So that's a lot of trends. As you reflect on this, are there additional trends that you think are important to keep in mind as you're moving forward and planning for the next 24 months? Or questions about any of these?
Did you really draw all those graphics? No, I'm serious.
Yeah. So this one, no, we order this one and it comes pre-printed. This one you'll see in a minute.
It's great shading and other things
beautiful
there.
Shading.
And what about that one?
That one we also ordered. I will mention, I didn't say before, you know, at a lot of meetings you have a parking lot, something that it comes up and you want to address it, but you don't have time to address it. We made for you all a lifeguard stand. So if there is, if there's an opportunity, if there's an idea that comes up, we want to make sure to address, or you want the staff to do a presentation later, we will have the lifeguard protect it and come back and rescue it at a later date. So we do have that, and yeah, someone on our team drew that.
I mean, it's sort of funny, but it's not really funny because it's a nice way to look at it. So I thank you for that's my question.
Thank you.
Okay, Josh, and then Amelia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of things that I noticed that were missing. One of those is we not just in Virginia Beach, but in the region have an aging population. And there's a real need to attract young workers in order to attract new business and grow our economy. So, and that again is not something that is uniquely Virginia Beach. It is a regional issue. And to broaden upon that as well, regions are now competing with other regions. So under that economic umbrella, I think we need to be cognizant of a lot of the regional economic development initiatives that are going on, a lot of the opportunities to partner with environmental initiatives as well. And you know, Virginia Beach is the largest city in the Commonwealth, and we ought to be a regional leader. But we will lead successfully by collaborating with our neighbors and bringing our strengths and skill set to the table and trying to identify the strengths and skill sets of our neighboring localities as well. So,
Thank you.
Okay, Amelia?
Thank you for showing us the environmental scan. I kept looking to see under the different pedestal, where are you fitting cultural arts or the culture? Because I think they impact almost every one of those. So somehow I didn't see that. And another thing that is important is our accessibility, mobility, transportation. Where are you placing those? That's it.
Perfect, thank you. And sorry, I would just say, so, you know, culture and art, the desire for more culture and art activities, Beverly's recording as part of social, and then mobility and accessibility, I think fits also social as well.
Okay, don't you think it also fits some other area, the political?
Yes. Yeah.
There's a lot of artwork, you know, art is worth 1,000 words, and sometimes it's used that way. So thank you.
Thank you. Jen?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank y'all for this presentation. This is making me think about the education piece of our community, from our public education K through 12 through higher ed, because Hampton Roads has a lot of higher ed institutions, TCC, Virginia Wesleyan, and Virginia Beach, but certainly a lot of programs around us. So if we think about even regional collaboration and bringing in a workforce, or thinking about how we want our economy to grow, or sort of the big picture, how do our higher ed institutions fit into that? Tailoring programs, or looking at what they're already doing well and growing around that.
Great, thank you.
Okay. And if I can make a point and put on my academic hat a little bit, what you have identified very succinctly and accurately are what I call the barriers to success of government, both for elected body and for management. When you think about, you know, when we talk about our processes and what we can do, what we can't do, what our frustrations are, I think you gave a pretty accurate roadmap about what we have to contend and work around. Some are speed bumps, others are walls. And, you know, and a lot of times it affects our ability to be effective because of political, legal, social, technological, environmental, and economic, you know, conditions that, you know, a lot of our goals are difficult to achieve, and hence the need for priorities. So I really appreciate this exercise, you know, in terms of, you know, sometimes the frustrations are not necessarily our fault. And sometimes it's just, you know, the way that things are, and the politics changes, the legal requirements. You know, years ago, we had my students do a study on unfunded mandates in Virginia Beach and how much they actually cost. You know, that when you think about health and human services, and, you know, what money we get for, police, fire, and, you know, the inconsistency of our cash flow sometimes. So I really appreciate what you did.
Thank you.
Worth and then Michael.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just real quickly on the excuse me, on the economic, I think it's worth saying that a big part of our city and our region is tourism, but also the other legs of that we stand on. The tourism here, of course, in the resort is $2.1 billion business, but other aspects, the Port of Virginia, the military aspects, 42% of our regional economy is the military. Agricultural economy is important not only to our city, but to our region, Smithfield and Suffolk. So those should be a part of our scan.
Good,
Thank you.
Okay, Michael and then Barbara.
Thank you. I would like to add something that I also think was missed, which is it's not just aging infrastructure, it's aging city assets, buildings, facilities, schools, playgrounds, neighborhood playgrounds. As you noted, just I think very well that so much of the infrastructure was built, you know, decades ago, and that includes so many of the city buildings. It includes all those things that I listed. And the bill for replacement modernization is coming due. And as a body, we need to work with the community to prioritize those, to figure out what the costs are going to be and how that's going to fit into the budget for the city, especially considering all of the existing and rising needs and costs. And so I would add, in addition to infrastructure, those elements.
Thank you.
Okay, Barbara?
Following up on what Mr. Remick just said, I have been thinking about what really is the backbone of Virginia Beach culturally and so forth. And it comes down to those three long-term historical bases that we have in our economy: agriculture, tourism, and military. So I call this our ATM. And I think that we ought to find some way to combine these three industries in our seeking for direction. Maybe in a task force of people from those industries. The other industries all play off of these. And I think we really need to work on that.
Thank you. Any other comments, feedback?
Just real briefly, is we're in an ever-changing environment, and it's changing all around us. Sometimes we notice it, sometimes we don't until all of a sudden it's hit us in the face. And one example is what's happening with colleges and career technical education. There's going to be a real movement for less college and more career technical education. And we need to start adjusting to that and sort of try to keep an eye on the changing environment. And that's just one example, but things are changing and we need to be able to keep up with it.
Yeah, and I know you've all set out to set your 24-month priorities, and that fits really well with the changing environment. If you were setting your 5-year, your 10-year priorities, you might miss some of those changes because you're like, we're working on something for 5 years, and 1 year into it, something changes. So it's wise of you all to plan in shorter increments so you can catch some of those changes. Any other questions, feedback, comments on this? All right, well, you all are being very efficient with your time, and we're ahead of schedule, so I'm not ready for a break yet unless you all need a break.
It's okay to push forward? Okay. District 1 has left the table. I'll tell you, how about just a 5-minute
All right,
break?
a 5-minute break. I'm going to do our first timer here. Hope you got your needs met in the 10 minutes. So we're shifting into the time where we're going to hear from each council member about your priorities for the next 24 months. You are each getting 7 large Post-it notes. They have your initials on them. We would like you to write, you do not need to use all 7, but we'd like you to write, ideally using the Sharpie because it's a little easier to see from a distance. Write your 7 priorities, 1 per Post-it note. Again, you don't need to use all 7. Write as much or as little as you want on the Post-it note. You're going to have an opportunity to share what your priorities are. That's when we're going to be giving you 10 minutes to share what your priorities are. So for now, take a few minutes. I know you've thought about this ahead of time, and go ahead and write 1 priority per giant pink Post-it note. Use the Sharpie. And when you're ready, we'll start sharing. And again, in your packets, there was sort of a summary of the pre-learnings that we heard from you all ahead of time in terms of what some of your priorities were. Writing sideways. Do you need a new one? Suggested 10, and I said no 5, and we compromised. You don't have to use all 7. a couple of you are still writing, need another minute or so? Or we can just call on you, not first?
Yeah, I think we can go ahead and roll.
All right. I welcome a volunteer to go first. Mr. Remick? So I am going to be holding our friendly timer in front of me as you talk.
I think I might win this contest in terms of being the fewest or the shortest, but less is more a lot of times. So the first two priorities I have are what I ran on last fall, and I think is really important for running basic government and city services, and that's number one, flood and stormwater mitigation, and two, public safety and public education to support. So there's two priorities there. Flood mitigation projects to support the $567.5 million bond referendum. I'm liaison to that committee. That's really important. The citizens want that done and completed. It may take a little bit more than 10 years. It may be 12 years, but I feel comfortable where we are now in that process, but it's really important to our citizens in our city that we took that step and that we follow through on that. In particular in District 6, projects in Old Beach, SeaTac, North End, and Hilltop are we're over $60 million and actually more than that are on the books, so I will be tracking that. Number two, public safety and public education, really important, especially public safety, that we don't have a thriving city if we don't have public safety, and so it's always important to keep in mind as a priority. I don't want to forget that. To support our personnel, to support us, the personnel with the best equipment and technology, and I think we're on that. We've supported that. Our budget that we passed in May is a big supporter of both public safety and public education. Let's don't forget those as priorities. Affordable housing, I think you're going to hear that a lot around the table. It's also, I want to amend that to say affordable and workforce housing. And it's a lot about supply and demand. We need to have more supply to meet the demand. And so I've heard constantly of folks, that teachers and police and city workers and folks in economic development needing to live in our city where they work. And that's really important for a thriving city and for future economic growth. And so you'll hear a lot of initiatives on that. Attached dwelling units, ADUs. I think it's worthwhile talking about a housing trust fund. Where the money comes from, we'll have to discuss that. I think we need to continue to incentivize the private sector, which does a great job, not at our cost, but at their cost and at the government's cost in Washington to supply the private sector with funding and loans to build more affordable housing. That's being done, believe it or not, and that needs to be counted, and we need to support it. Also with incentivizing the private sector developers with by right zoning, by right possibly more density, and especially in areas of the city where there's existing infrastructure. So I look forward to a robust conversation on this area. I think this council and this staff met back in March with City Manager Dehaney and others, and he put in front of me 101 ways to address affordable housing. I said, is that all you got?
Yeah.
So that's an interesting topic, and I look forward to that conversation. More land for industrial development. We are losing jobs to our neighboring cities, already have this year. Right now, there's 4 companies that I know of right now that are looking for existing space or land for industrial use, and we're giving away our tax base, we're giving away our jobs, and I know staff is working on it. The economy right now, industrial real estate is very popular, whether it be e-fulfillment or Port of Virginia or light and advanced manufacturing. We've got a great base here. This is really to serve our existing businesses, not necessarily attract new business. We need to help our existing small businesses. I'm not talking about large ones either. 1 to 5 to 20 acres, and we have sites in the city, and I know we're going to work on it. I think we need to invest in industrial real estate land opportunities. Rudy Luke Park, I don't want to forget that. I want to make that a priority. That is a priority thanks to you all last week and staff, and I think we as a city should, through our Parks and Rec, should take steps forward on that. I want to make that a priority. That's going to cost some money, but that can really help transform the southern part of the resort, but also be a people's park for the rest of the city. It needs a parking garage, in my opinion. Around this convention center and the sports center, there are 50 acres, publicly owned and privately owned. That's right here. Some of it has been thought about for hotels, some of it for J1 housing, some of it for affordable and workforce housing, some for mixed use. I encourage this body and this city and staff to look at the 50-plus acres. MoCA is in that equation. MoCA will be there for the next 2 or 3 years, but that's a great site for that structure to stay as it is. But the visitor center around us here where we sit today, the convention center, sports center, and then privately south, there's 37 acres. It's all of it has. It's difficult to bring to market, but I think I would like to see the private sector address these opportunities. We could create a lot of synergy here right next to the vibe. And then lastly, this is a big category, review all of the 2023 festivals, entertainment and festivals at the resort, both planned and not planned. We need to look at it in terms of the city and tip monies and city monies that have been spent, the return on that investment, the imposition that it's caused us, good or worse. It's been a great year, but we need to look at it in total and their but-for taxes and the return and everything that's associated with it. I've heard a lot from the citizens that have enjoyed all these events. It's been quite a year, from the rodeo back in April to potentially the Odyssey concert in October. It's been a busy year and more to come. Labor Day weekend, each and every weekend is full of events. We've recently approved of some new events for next year at a cost. So I think we need to review not only the return on that, but the process going forward, what's best practices to do that. Then associated with that is the sports center and the convention center and the aquarium. I think all three need to be reviewed, funded, and operated correctly.
Thank you. So just, we're going to take your Post-its, we're going to put up here, and as you all say similar things, we're going to start grouping them. But that's all. So you want to call on who's next?
As usual, I have prepared remarks, which I wrote before today. I am very concerned that with the ward system, we will become fragmented. Although the voters don't get to vote on all of us, we must vote on all issues. The burden is on us to make certain that all of Virginia Beach enjoys the attention of all of us, and my priorities are in that direction. First, we must fulfill our fiscal responsibility to provide services while being concerned about our taxpayers who have to pay the bill. That is why I have spoken so often about making certain that we follow the procedures established to assure that spending is properly accounted for. The grants to nonprofits and for special events have particularly troubled me because we are deviating from our successful established procedures, as with COG, our Community Organization Grants Committee. At our winter retreat, we agreed to require every organization follow that procedure, but we haven't done that. I'm very worried about the shock to our taxpayers when they get their November real estate tax bills. The average assessment increase of 9.7% is bad enough, but I counted over 30 neighborhoods with 20% assessment increases, and many of those are workforce neighborhoods. I'm afraid that our folks are going to have difficulty paying those bills. Second, this will be the year finally for the comprehensive plan update. We must do that with the full participation of our citizens. How we plan our land use also largely determines how we fund infrastructure. I'm concerned that we're being asked to act on planning issues before that plan update. We must not change the plan with individual zoning actions. We have to do this right. We must make certain that we have the right plans and policies if we are to address issues such as workforce housing. Infill development, redevelopment, and our strategic growth areas must be carefully reviewed. We need input from our stakeholders and should reach out to our advisory boards for their input. Third, we need to return to public participation. We still have not gotten back to pre-pandemic participation levels. We need to unify the city, not divide it. 4, one thing that I believe that has contributed to the lack of involvement of our citizens is the dispersal of our workforce in city departments all around the city as we try to recover from the loss of our former municipal campus complex. The sooner that we can get everybody back together, the better it will be for our staff and its working relationship, as well as for our citizens who need the ready access. Where are we in this process? What can be done to speed it up? And 5th, District 2 has many major issues. This is a very large district geographically and is extremely diverse. Of course, it's important that our land use decisions are made compatible with our major industry, agriculture. Our critical agricultural reserve program is essential for our future. We have 4 major flood bond referendum projects, all unique and challenging, but also crucial to our future. The Back Bay Marsh Restoration Project, Raising Punga Ferry Road, the New Bridge Sandbridge intersection, and the massive West Neck project, all very important. Also, this district is the primary area being utilized for offshore wind energy. The Dominion Energy project will have great impacts on the area as it develops. But the Avangrid project is particularly troubling, largely because there are still so many unanswered questions and unknowns. I have an update to distribute to each of you from citizens who are closely following this proposal. Please give me any questions you have. We must not be pushed to make a decision until much more is known. A wrong decision will be irreversible, and we need to slow down and make certain that we know the impacts that it will have for the landing and the transmission areas. The port will still be used for providing materials no matter where the landing place will be. So let's not get pushed into, we have to do it for the region. We can't make a wrong decision. Clearly, we've got a lot of challenges, but we also have a lot of opportunities, and we need to move forward united and excited. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. Okay, Rosemary.
I was very pleased to hear worse comments on Rudy Loop. And I was very pleased when you called it the People's Park, because that's kind of how I have felt that belongs to the people. So, Worth, thank you for saying that. And I think last week was a banner moment when we seemed all of a sudden have a direction that we're going to move on with Parks and Rec. And I think that there's also an opportunity to raise money for a lot of the amenities. And if you look at how we did the Sandler Center or what Virginia Wesleyan has done, there's different ways to have naming rights and different things to be able to help pay for that to be a park. And then, of course, we have to deal with the homeless. But with the foundation, I think that we'll be able to handle a lot of those issues with the foundation. We're raising money, and maybe perhaps with the homeless issue. So Rudy Loop, I'm very, very happy about. Dealing with inflation in infrastructure and personnel costs. These costs are just going through the roof. And I know we did a presentation and Mr. Dehaney said, don't panic yet. But I can tell you, like Winston-Salem Road, which was all funded in the budget, and it came in, it was bid, and it came in, the bids were way higher than what we had budgeted. So that was a blow. Those people in that neighborhood are really upset. I know they've already had meetings with staff, and that's just one project, and it's only a third of a mile. Can you imagine what these other projects with stormwater the other road projects. And of course, we're looking at the costs of schools, and that doesn't count what it's costing for people, where we're having to have sign-up bonuses, you know, big raises and all of that. And that doesn't go away. Once you give those raises, it's just going to be more next year and more after that. So those things become embedded. And I'm happy for people to have the money that they need for their families. But it is one of the inflationary costs that we're going to have to be dealing with. Affordable housing is obviously a big topic. We had a great presentation, and I think that there are a lot of things that we can do with policies and incentives, and I'd really like for us to do some of those things before we start throwing money at it for, you know, funds and that sort of thing. Let's see what we can do with increasing it with incentives and policies. I know there's a project that you are all aware of coming forth, but 30% of it's going to be workforce affordable housing, which is pretty exciting, which is pretty good. I want to also talk about the legislative agenda. We have no policy of how we do that. And I think it's time for us to start figuring out a policy of how we deal with the legislative agenda. And there's different things that we can talk about. For example, the Virginia Municipal League, because I'm a past president, their legislative agenda is like the biggest thing that they do for VML. And they pick 5, 6, 7 things of their top priorities that they really hone in on, that those are the most important things that they do. So there's some policies that we need to start thinking about, and that's going to be coming up soon. LEDA. LEDA is really important. I know that public safety is important to every single person in this body, and that's a huge part of what they have to do for their training. And it's an aging, terrible building, and they need an indoor shooting range. That's also a building that could be that property is in a prime spot right there next to the interstate. That could be repurposed for something else. But we've got to, I think, if we can possibly move LEDA up, I think that's really important, and it's important to our citizens because it trains our public safety folks. And Barbara and Worth both touched on this. The money that we're giving for charities and festivals, we need to look at the policy and process, because right now I don't think we're doing a very good job at it. We're just putting things on the agenda and asked to vote for it. We need a better way of dealing with it, and I don't have the answers for this, and maybe staff can help us work on that, but we need to develop more of a policy and a process for how we're dealing with giving money to the non-government agencies and the festivals, and not that they're not important. I'm not saying that they're not, and everything's good, but it just seems to be helter-skelter, and that it's, oh, well, we got the tip money, we could use that for that. So I just think we need to be more focused and do a better job of working on that. And then, as Worth brought up, we've got the MOCA building that's going to be coming available in the next 3 years, the visitor center at the end of the Expressway, the library on 22nd Street that he and I both toured on Friday. It wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. You know, see if we can repurpose some of these buildings. One, the library is a historical building, but the others are in key spots near the oceanfront, and they're valued assets. And I think that there's better things. The visitor center, I can't say nobody, but most everybody, they go online to find out what to do, what hotels, what restaurants, and all of that. So it's just something that's really not that necessary anymore, and it's a really good spot. So anyway, that's my take.
Thank you.
Rocky?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And a point of information, Councilmember Remick left 3 minutes, Ms. Henley left 5 minutes, and Vice Mayor left 3. So if you could set me at 21, I would appreciate it.
No.
So thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council. And I sent my list out yesterday to all the council members. And this is tough, and Councilmember Remick addressed it, is we really want to get in there and fight for our district, because I have several projects in District 1 that I'm working on. In fact, I see several constituents here that are leaning on getting those projects done, and they include pathways and walkways, and those are certainly important issues in District 1. But I think as we take this overall look at the city, we have to understand that it all works together, and like Councilman Remick said, we're all part of this city, and we have to vote on things outside of our district. So in no particular order, my first one was affordable housing, and this issue has long needed attention. We need to develop a plan that makes housing based on a social and economic balance. And I think we're getting a lot of attention with affordable housing, and I think it's going to get the proper attention that it needs this year. And then we've heard Rudy Loop several times. This is the People's Park, and we need to make sure that we create an environment that is nice, that all our citizens can enjoy. And it's my hope that we think outside the box and we look nationally or internationally for somebody that can develop a park like this and not just keep it limited to what we have in-house. The next one the Vice Mayor addressed is the Law Enforcement Training Academy. We need an updated academy. We're sending our crime fighters all the way down to Moyoc to qualify with a weapon. And it's an hour down, an hour back, and that's if there's no beach traffic. So we certainly need to figure out a way where we can keep our crime fighters here in the city and train here in the city. And I think we can find some space for it. And I have a couple of ideas, and it's my hope that we can grow a committee that can look at this and be made up of citizens and law enforcement officers and figure out where we can put this crime fighting center. We need to ensure long-term economic vitality and encourage fair economic opportunities. Enhance our infrastructure for business growth for tomorrow and beyond. We need to continue to enhance youth opportunities. Our youth are the future, and our opportunity to create structured learning cycles for their advancement. Determine and provide greater trade skill learning opportunities for our youth. Empower our youth to support safe schools and good choices. Provide some opportunities for youth to be involved in city and business pursuits. Continue to support enhanced structured and recreational activities. Another one that I hadn't heard mentioned, but I think is going to be very important, is sustainable waste management and recycling. As you drive through our city right now, you see trash bags on the street that aren't getting picked up, and it's creating some concern for the citizens, as it rightfully should. And so we need to find a solution for this, and it is a disturbing issue within our city. And I think that we need to take a comprehensive look as we move forward at how we're going to fix this problem, and we're going to have to scan the horizons and look into the future, because the opportunity may not be here with us today, but there may be something tomorrow, but it's certainly going to be an issue. And another issue that I've heard is about the city services and staff, and we need to ensure our pay and benefits remain competitive. Not only have we seen in this city, not only are we competing regionally, we're competing in our own city for workers. If somebody has a better worker in one division, they're trying to get them over to another division. Or if somebody has a quality employee, they're trying to snatch them up and get them over to the schools or get them in another job. So we've got to take a comprehensive look at that and see how we lead the area in this, and make sure that we're keeping our best and brightest talent right here, and we're recruiting the best and brightest talent. And we've got to make sure that we deliver these city services with talent and hard work. So those are the 7 I have. And again, I will say that it is difficult to come up with 7 priorities in a city this big. And I asked how do we come up with 7, and Julie said somebody wanted 10, so she compromised at 7. So I think that was a good move. But I think that we're going to see a lot of these 7 priorities blend into each other, and we'll be able to get some direction where we're going. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you, Mayor. So I represent District 10, and 67% of land use is zoned for housing in my district. There's some commercial development on the periphery of the district, and it's education. So my priorities are informed by that and lends to neighborhoods and residences, but also hopefully citywide. So land use, I hear often in our conversations that we're running out of land. So a question that I have is, what are remaining public land use needs? So finding the balance between using remaining land for private economic development, but also using remaining land for identified public needs, and that includes in District 10, the SIPSA transfer station in Lansdowne. There's identified land to move that out of that area, which could then open it up for different development that could extend the campus feel of LifeNet and TCC, and also LEDA. There's unidentified land for that. So with the remaining land that we have, I'd like to prioritize identifying existing and remaining public land use needs and making sure that we identify space for that. Affordable housing, so I'd like to identify at least one recommendation from the housing study that we can implement, so the staff would understand what's most feasible to at least pilot and get started to see what impact that can have on helping the city move forward with creating affordable housing. And I know the city already offers this kind of program, but a question I have is, what does it look like to support maintenance and upgrades to existing homeowners? District 10 has, the housing is older, it's older housing stock, it's high density, so how can we support residents who are staying in place but need help upgrading and updating their homes? Public amenities, so I'd like to identify funding for the VB Trail, but also funding and prioritizing upgrades to neighborhood parks. So there's a number of parks that could use updates or newer equipment, and some have been identified by Parks and Rec as unfunded. So I'd like to look at creating space and places within neighborhoods that families and kids could benefit from. And that kind of bleeds into this final one. I don't quite know what to call this theme, but arts, culture, placemaking, beautification. A question is, how can we beautify major residential corridors, high traffic areas that lead into neighborhoods, and how can we create a sense of arrival in residential areas? So sculptures, murals, artwork that can create a sense of prettiness and coolness in the city as we were driving around, even though beyond town center or beyond the ocean front, that may attract tourists, but where residents can benefit as well.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've got several citywide priorities and 1 or 2 District 9 priorities. For me, priority number 1 is land use and strategic growth. And we saw some of this in our environmental scan. We've got some inherent tensions between competing priorities, and those are, economic growth and redevelopment on one hand, and then the environment on the other. We have redevelopment and infill development needs that kind of run into or bump into neighborhoods from time to time. We have pressures on the south side of our city where we should rightfully, maintain an aversion to additional residential development, but at the same time, when we go to the northern part of our city, we have environmental issues. We have densely populated areas like the Shore Drive corridor, and we have some pushback in terms of density and multifamily, which I really feel it lends itself to re-examining and putting our faith, effort, and energy into our strategic growth areas and our SGA plan. Those are areas of our city that are infrastructure rich. They are close to transportation corridors and employment centers. They do not abut neighborhoods. They are opportunities for us for mixed housing, affordability, and workforce housing, and also places, for public art and other beautification initiatives. So, our zoning ordinance is a bit of an inhibitor. It was written in the 70s and contemplated a city that was wide open for greenfield development. I would be supportive of taking a look at our zoning ordinance and updating it to be more redevelopment and infill development oriented, along with community input and support, so that we can give a little bit more comfort to neighborhoods who are concerned about encroaching urban areas, but at the same time give a little bit more certainty to the business community so they can go out and do what they need to do. Form-based code, opt-in overlays like we did in the Central Village District. Those are things that I think we need to focus on from that perspective. Accessibility is another priority of mine, and something I've heard from our residents in District 9. Accessibility can mean a whole lot of different things. For me, it means access to beaches and waterways. There's nothing more uniquely Virginia Beach than our beaches and waterways. Some might even say, and I think I heard Councilman Taylor say it, you know, you're not truly experiencing Virginia Beach unless you're out on the water. For that reason, I'd like to take a look at beach access ways along the bayfront specifically. I noticed when I take my family to other parts of our city, we have very well maintained, groomed, lit up, improved beach access ways. That is not the case on the bayfront. And we need to be able to have our seniors, our children, our disabled people, have the same quality access to the beach that everybody else can. Connected neighborhoods, leaning into the neighborhood revitalization guidelines. I know there was a lot of really great work that was done in District 3 in Bow Creek, and making internally connected neighborhoods, complete streets, and connecting neighborhoods to adjacent retail. Trails, parks, outdoors, the Virginia Beach Trail, I'm 110% in on that. Rudy Loop, I'm ecstatic that we have found some direction and are moving forward. And then transportation initiatives like the pilot program that HRT just did in District 9 or along Bayside in District 4 as well. Just promoting that and letting people know that transit options are available. Housing affordability, I would love to join with all of you in implementing one or more of the recommendations of the housing study. I think some of the land use initiatives that if we want to encourage to do that, I think about, we heard information that not only people are having trouble finding low income rentals, but people want to age in place these days. So does that mean we need to take a look at attached dwelling units and allow somebody to gracefully age in place, have a relative or a family member come in and live on the property, take care of them, and allow the property to transition while still maintaining the integrity of the neighborhood. Alternative energy is another priority of mine. I really truly believe that it is our largest economic opportunity going forward. It can give us a fourth pillar. It leans into all the workforce development initiatives that are going on right now with our regional counterparts, the Port of Virginia, the Portsmouth Marine Terminal, and the barge traffic all the way up to Richmond. So it is also uniquely Virginia Beach in terms of a branding opportunity for us, and we are all things water. So attracting and retaining young people is important to me as well, and you do that through things like public art, placemaking, creating vibrant spaces, investing in cultural activities in the arts, giving people fun things to do, and creating vibrant spaces like 19th Street right across the street is prime for something to help leverage the investment we have here with the convention center. And then finally, for me, on the District 9 side, Shore Drive Phase 4, pedestrian safety, walkability, traffic safety along the Shore Drive corridor. It is a gateway to our city. I want to say it's 13 million visitors a year come visit us across the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel, and they deserve a better welcome mat to our city and to our resort city. Our residents who live there deserve to be able to cross the street safely, ride their bikes, and not be afraid to walk their children in strollers. And I'm incredibly thankful for the folks from Planning, Public Works, the Bayfront Advisory Commission, and others who came out and literally walked from Marlin Bay Drive all the way to the Lesnar Bridge and then back the other way to identify some interim pedestrian safety improvements that I really hope that we can find a way to make. And I'm happy to support other district council members in their efforts to beautify and enhance safety along major thoroughfares in their districts as well. Lastly, and this is kind of a bucket, but I'm going to group public education and public safety together because I think those are extremely worthy of continued investments to include our school rebuilds, LEDA, and to also prioritize technology the way we have, and those are my 7. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Chris and then Michael.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So these priorities are based on the little saying of the buffet's hot, so trying to clear our plate. First priority would be the budget. As a city, our priority. Citizen feedback. We've heard from the citizens in terms of kind of what they're expecting. The desire to balance economic development with investment infrastructure. Coming from the country, it's, we have a lot in the ground in terms of seed, trying to let some of that sprout up before we continue throwing more seeds in the ground to see what that impact would be. Tax relief, key priority, love to see anywhere from 3 to 5 cents for the citizens. We have to acknowledge that we are in a different economic time. We're talking about the rising property values, rising interest rates, stagnation of wages, and so there's got to be some break there. We need to communicate early with the school board as it relates to our budget priorities. Going through this the first time, just 3 to 4 weeks just doesn't seem to be enough time to really collaborate. And speaking with some school board members, they've acknowledged some of them didn't get the message that we were looking at actually cutting taxes, so that was a little concerning. Taking a serious look at the funding formula. Just because something's been done one way for a long time doesn't mean we have to continue doing it that way. Getting a complete analysis of the unmet needs on the city side versus the unmet needs or all met needs on the school board side, and then clearly defining the future needs versus wants, which is what we do in our individual households to be successful with our finances. Number 2, coming up with the actual housing strategy. So we've had 2 housing studies and to look at what the action items are, what we've accomplished. So one of my key priorities would be to actually organize and fund a Virginia Beach Housing Trust. And when we want to fund other initiatives, we find a way to find the money. So just stand it up and determine how much money we want to put there. Having a strategic plan for infill development. We hear it all the time, infill development, but if a constituent wants to ask, what is the strategy, where's the plan, where are you starting, it's a lot of silence. Commit resources to workforce and unhoused, the unhoused, and so that's going to require vision so that when opportunities do come before the council that require some type of investment, that we don't have to go back to the citizens and say, what would you like? But we have to look at kind of the trends. Number 3 would be the Convention Center Hotel. And again, for District 8, these priorities are based on the city and trying to clear the plate. We have a respondent. We have a presentation that needs to come forth, and that would allow the council to provide input and the desires we have for the project, and we could go forth with a decision just as we just did with Rudy. And so there's nothing holding us back from determining and deciding over the next 3 to 6 months what we want to do with the convention center. Number 4, we've heard over and over since we've previewed some of the audits that we have assets that are losing money, and quite often we hear that that's the plan, or that they're gonna lose, but there's an economic impact. And again, in the private sector, that's just not acceptable. So how do we stabilize operations that are struggling? And that's gonna require some tough conversations, strategic action planning, and collaboration with the key stakeholders, as well as understanding the 2 to 5 year goal for these assets. And so if we have that in place, then we can actually start making decisions based on if we want to privatize, keep it public, if we're going to support with more finances. Number 5 would be Rudy Loop. And I think here we have to develop council priorities for the property. We know the citizens want a park, but we have not, I guess, defined our priorities. I've heard conservatorship, I've heard Parks and Rec. I think we need to provide, the city manager, I'd love to provide the council with the proposal that we have from a private developer that would provide some of the things that that site needs, and then gain a path forward. I think a lot of the frustration amongst developers, builders, whether it's code, whether it's zoning, is the perceived lack of communication or inability to be decisive. And so this is another easy one we could bring forth, get the presentation, and decide what we want to do. An in-depth analysis of the operating models. And so, you know, if you were to go around and say, you know, what is a conservancy? How do you stand it up? Would we actually be able to articulate what that means to the public? And so getting an in-depth analysis of all the operating models available to us, and then being able to decide which one is the best path forward. Number 6, this one's labeled defining processes, clarity of vision. And so whether that's festivals, whether that's events, whether that's a reconciliation process that went through for the first time, the legislative process, our stormwater, flooding, referendum, keeping our word. Several people have brought up public safety. Of course, that is a priority. But when you bring up LIDA, I think it's going to be very important to understand that is a historical site. It's just as historic as the Cavalier and or any other site, and that was the site of the first SeaTac Elementary School. And so there has to be public discussion there. So what is that process? Are some historical sites more important than others? And that's going to be important, especially for Councilman Remick's district. So LIDA is important. We got to take care of our law enforcement officers, but I don't know if we want to go about raising any buildings without understanding the true historical nature of that site. And then number 7, legislative agenda, being consistent, being bipartisan, understanding that you know, what we say we want to do matters. And so whether it's the special election versus appointment, and then it gets to the General Assembly, and then we have a blow up. So if we're all aligned, if we're all understanding, if I know that there are meetings that take place prior, so hopefully we're having both sides of the aisle come to these lunches and these meetings so we can have clarity and alignment as it relates to what some of the legislative items that we want to put forth. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. My 7 priorities, I'm going to call it 7 plus, are in no particular order. I think they're all equally important. And so I'd like to start with the flood protection program. As you all know very well, the district that I have the privilege to represent was most substantially impacted by Hurricane Matthew in 2016. The result of that experience has left many people experiencing trauma based on the disruption in their lives that occurred from the event that occurred around Hurricane Matthew, destruction to property, destruction to home. As I said, the interruption in lives, remodeling of homes, the associated expenses, living in hotels, to the point where when we have storms approaching, hurricanes, tropical events, or even a heavy summer rainstorm, our community, our neighbors are impacted greatly just through those experiences and live in fear of an approaching storm. And that is why they overwhelmingly voted to support the flood protection program and the associated bond referendum. And there are no fewer than 10 of those projects existing within District 3. I actually wrote them all down, but for the sake of time, I'm not going to read them. The most prominent of which is the Bow Creek Stormwater Park, which we have discussed at previous meetings. But there are many other tide gates, pump stations, flood barriers that create a cohesive system that will unlock flood protection for thousands and thousands of homes and many, many people. And it's critically important that we maintain this program to keep it on schedule, on budget, to be realistic about the rising costs, and to direct funding toward that program if needed. It's one of the few things since I've been around that I've seen overwhelming community consensus around this flood protection program. So it's critically important we keep that moving. I think residents of Virginia Beach have an expectation of safety. They want to live in a safe community. They want to have safe streets, safe schools, and they want to see this council support public safety professionals. We need to look at the staffing for the police department and for the sheriff's office, both the size of the staffing as well as recruitment. So is the current staffing model meeting our needs, and how is recruitment meeting those staffing needs? We need to support not only police officers, but also sheriff's deputies, firefighters, professional EMS, career EMS. We also need to recognize the value that exists within our all-volunteer EMS system, the largest system in the country. They're experiencing recruiting challenges as well, and we're seeing rising costs of doing business, purchasing ambulances, other things. So how do we continue to support that? As well as just everyone in the public safety umbrella, 911 dispatchers, folks in the juvenile detention center, human services. There's lots of different aspects to the safety as part of the system, and we have to be aware of what their challenges are and responsive to those emergent needs. I agree with the folks who have brought up the need for a new LEDA, and I think whether it's in one site or another site, there's no doubt that we need a new facility, and I think that needs to be an important part of our discussions moving forward. Moving on to affordability, I want to talk about affordability in two senses, or possibly three. Obviously, we've all agreed upon the need for a housing strategy, for affordable and workforce housing, but it's important to recognize that there are different aspects to that discussion. What makes sense for one constituency doesn't always make sense for the other. So we need a diverse portfolio of strategies and options. Options for seniors, options for working people, retired people, options for people with disabilities, options for people who have low incomes and are emerging into the economic system. And I could go on. So we need as many categories as there are. We'll need exponentially more solutions to meet each of those individualized needs. When we talk about affordability, we also need to think about taxes. We need to think about the balance between the needs and wants of the city and the impact that those taxes have on the residents and the citizens that we serve, the bill payers. It's incredibly important that we are mindful of the rising cost of government, but also the rising cost of everyday things. The rising cost of just being a human being in society when you're a normal working person, like almost all of us are. We need to think about regulations, so how taxes and regulations connect and impact the business environment. We need to find ways to unlock the potential of the private sector to provide jobs and create wealth and create opportunities. We need to be very mindful of that. And we also need to think about the affordability within government. Just in the last 2 weeks, and I did some napkin math here, I've heard about almost $1 billion in emergent needs or wants. That doesn't include, so among those costs are recreation centers, recreation modernization, park, aquarium, and I could go on. But that doesn't include school modernization and construction. That doesn't include additional infrastructure improvements. That doesn't include the neighborhood parks. I could go on with all the things it doesn't include. And I want to be very clear when we talk about these things. Asking questions about the cost of things doesn't mean you don't see their value. And we need to move beyond that impulse so that we can work together to meet the needs of our city, both the needs of our actual, our infrastructure, facility, and service needs, but also on our affordability needs. So I hope we can cut through that impulse about you don't support this, or asking a question implies that you don't see value in this. It's the opposite. It's because we see value, we need to find a pathway forward that's also considerate of the needs of the working people of this city, and I hope we can work together to do that. I think related though, we need to talk about economic opportunity. Not just economic development, but actually promoting economic opportunity for all by fostering a vibrant business environment and also respecting the integrity, the wishes, the needs of Virginia Beach's neighborhood communities. How do we strike that balance? And one thing I do know for sure is the surest way we can promote economic opportunity is by keeping taxes low, regulations low, and helping foster an environment where individuals can have access to wealth and prosperity by promoting a healthy business environment with access to jobs and support for entrepreneurism and entrepreneurs. We also need to support the Virginia Beach workforce, the professionals who make sure that all of these services are provided on time, on schedule, and they do great work. I see I'm running out of time. So I want to just add mental and behavioral health, support for human services programs and their workforce, support and collaboration with private and nonprofit sectors, and also specifically the NAMI and VBCDC project. We need to support public schools, public education by supporting public schools teachers and employees. We need to prioritize the school modernization and construction schedule, and also supporting and encouraging young people, promoting their safety, promoting opportunities for them to thrive and be successful. And finally, I want to add, and this is a big bucket, arts, culture, humanities, civic engagement, beautification, and representation. I know that's a big bucket, but it's actually inclusive of all. We've heard from the cultural community, the arts community, that they're looking for not only a consideration of more investment, but also more representation to ensure that everyone has a seat at the table in government, in celebration, in community. And what I would say to some of the things I've heard about the process, including one that said we've deviated from our successful established procedures, actually I take issue with the notion that they have been successful. They've missed people, they've missed communities, and we need to ensure that everyone has a seat at the table and an opportunity to participate, and I hope that we can keep that in mind as we move forward. Thank you.
All right, Amelia?
Well, Michael, you're a hard act to follow. But even though I put them on this, I had written out prior to here 7, so I'll read them through. One of the first for me was public health, public safety, including our EMS, our fire, police, our workforce, and healthy youth. We have problems if we have continuing youth violence. We won't have the future to be here to take over what we have prepared. And we also need to address environmental issues in as many facets. I also wrote there about mental health. That is key nationwide. And under the same area, I put maintaining the core services expected by our residents to maintain the quality of life, which can help our seniors age in place, and providing adequate, healthy facilities. A lot of our seniors need different form of recreation equipment to keep them safe. And in my district, along Aragona, we have quite a few of the aging buildings and elders who would like to stay in place. We must continue our mission to have top-notch parks and recreation, year-round sports facilities, and amenities to continue our mission of a livable and thriving resort, family-oriented, and inclusive city. Safety also includes building state-of-art training facilities, as you've heard from everyone about our safety, the police, the law enforcement training. If you pay a visit to it, you'll know what we're talking about. The second I have is education. Education is very important. We need to have new infrastructures for the aging facilities, such as in my district, the Betty F. Williams modernization, Bayside 6th grade campus, and also Princess Anne High School, and fair wages for our teachers, their staff, and those that also supplement what they do. We also need to capitalize on what our 2 universities and community technical college bring to the table, because they are the ones that are growing our new workforce. So they are actually our economic driving area. The third I have is culture arts, dedicating funding for its operational and facilities upkeep, as well as increasing funds per capita to continue the diverse cultural programs and art experiences which could not happen without adequate funding to support this very vital component for our quality of life. All of you will know as you get older, they ask, have you been to a museum? Have you been to a culture? Have you engaged in some recreation activity? It is important. I went on to say, this is where our Arts and Humanities Commission grants assistance play a major role in bringing our cultural arts in all of its magnificence to life for all of our residents and visitors to enjoy. Not only from that standpoint, but the extensive impact on our economy, because when they come, they're going to go to restaurants and other areas, and even our stores, buying new outfits. So that is it. Remember, we are a military town, and people from many cultures visit and make Virginia Beach their home. Bringing a bit of their culture to life in our city helps them to not only feel at home, but promotes retention of these residents, and that's what we want. The fourth is diversifying our economy, giving more opportunities for our youth, revisiting how we're using our land and the zoning policies, and streamlining the approval and permitting processes and policies for our developers. All along, they want to do things and says, boy, when we start from here, it takes so long to get to the next step. And that can discourage some of the business growth. And promoting and supporting more small businesses so that we can maintain lower taxes. The economic vitality of our city matters. Promoting more workforce and talent application centers are vital to building our own homegrown intellectual capital to improve capabilities of our youth, their willingness and able to perform in today's high-tech workplace. And 5, I mentioned educating the public about the differences between affordable housing versus market-rate housing, and why density and repurposing declining malls by building more mixed-use housing units could address the housing shortages. One of the things, again, I mentioned about providing more equitable resources, especially some that will be ADA compliant for those, because people come from different cities assuming we have a public housing authority, which we do not. We have agencies, we have vouchers, we have the Virginia Beach Community Development Corporation that addresses these. And I'm thinking that when we go to look at the legislative package, maybe we could pull together for increase in tax abatements for us. And when we're doing these legislative packages, a colleague and I was talking, we really need to pull together where we have a majority, a supermajority, instead of going up there with 6 and 5. It doesn't work as well. We need to be a city that go up forcefully with a few at, 8, all in agreement. Another important issue for me is transportation, as many of you know. Multimodal accessibility, giving our residents more way to get around, including the Max Express buses, and more high-tech electric, energy-efficient, on-time arrival. We're pushing for more 15 minutes versus 30 minutes. We did have a microtransit pilot, which went very well. So we're looking, and that was done here and on the peninsula. So they have given us a report from that study, and we're looking forward, because they've also gotten a grant as well, and they need match funding from the two cities, the peninsula on Newport News and our Virginia Beach. And I'm thinking we're going to move forward with something like that, because they use that connectability not only from their homes. The microtransit is able to get into the neighborhoods, whereas the bigger buses cannot. And a lot of times to take that to go down to connect to the light rail. So transportation is important. The VB trails, just like my colleague mentioned, is another important, because some of the trails can connect at least about 6 districts. And if we had some work on that, some legislative points to bring forward, I think that would help, because some people want to bike to work instead of just using the car. And some love walking. So those are very important and necessities for a healthier lifestyle. So definitely the VB trails. Stormwater. I went to Councilman Belushi's area during that storm, and it was just horrendous to see people's lifelong different things out on the street, because everything had, just had gotten really destroyed. People living in hotels, young people having to go to school the next day and didn't have their uniforms and whatnot. So this is a dire area that we must take time, look at that bond, continue the infrastructure working. And as he said, you have how many, 10? 10 in his area. So this is how, even though we are a 10-1, each of us are actively listening to the cause, because one cause must be the other. In Africa, they say, the rain doesn't fall on one hut. So that's an expression that always keeps in my mind, the flood projects. And I end with my little bucket, which relates to how we are using the resources, the TIP fund, the SSD, the CIP, many funding. Are we using it in the appropriate manner for each group and what we need? And I also wrote down for my district, we do have strategic group projects. We have the Cleveland Corridor. We have the Burton Station, strategic growth. We have industrial opportunities within District 4. I have an interesting district because you have one half that has all of town center. We have even, for example, Walmart called me because they've now put a mural as you walk into the town center, Walmart, because they see the value of murals. So this is how that cross connections are going on. And I think I've named the 3, the Pembroke overlay. And I would love to see the Cleveland Corridor Street back on the books. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'm sure everyone knows what my priorities are. I've said them plenty of times, probably just about every budget, probably just about every retreat. So I try to make this as brief as possible, but I cannot fathom that none of my colleagues would know what my priorities are. And I'm happy to hear that everyone is wanting to understand the priorities around the table. And so I'll start with, again, the mission of our city, and that is to provide and enhance economic, educational, social, physical, and the physical quality of this community. And how do we do that? By providing municipal services that are valued by the citizens. And so my comments that I will make tie into that. First, I'll talk about the rec center for District 7. And just listening to my colleagues around the table, I was happy to see that this is something, and the other priorities I'll talk about are all in line with what has already been discussed. So it's not anything outside of guidelines or outside of priorities. And so I'll just mention really briefly, because as I mentioned, I've gone over this several times, but it was good to see in our conversation about the referendum. And the referendum, as was mentioned a few weeks ago, would encompass VB trails, or the VB trail, recreational maintenance, underdeveloped parks, and then a District 7 recreational center for District 7 residents. And so I mentioned the referendum, and there was a presentation, and it was good to hear that there was some consensus around doing public engagement. And so I was provided with some details from the city manager in terms of what really needs to be addressed with that referendum. And that's going to focus on, and at some point as a body, if we want to move forward with that referendum, we do need to talk about the scope, right? What is, in terms of the body, what do you want to see on that referendum out of all of the amenities that was discussed during the presentation? And that certainly can be a collective decision. Also, talking about the time frame. What time frame are we looking at? Are we looking at the fall time frame? Again, another collective decision. But then also in terms of public engagement, the price tag that's going to be associated with it. Are we spending $250,000 like we spent for the flood referendum, the flood bond referendum? Maybe not. But what will be the price point for the referendum? And so I would personally like to start small with perhaps a survey like Rudy Loop, an online survey to put the information out and see what residents want to include in a bond referendum. What would they like to see? And so I'm not sure how much that an online survey would be, but I would suggest starting small before we get to a big ticket, like a $250,000 for public engagement. Start small, see what the residents prefer, and then move up. But have a plan as we move up and answer those questions. The VB Trail, the referendum, this all ties into our 5 priorities, our strategic plan. It ties into thriving neighborhoods. All of those amenities help with the strategic plan to improve and enhance a thriving neighborhood. Secondly, homelessness, and addressing homelessness not from the standpoint we can do better and we're not doing it. It's not that. I want to tie this to the strategic plan, the key factor as it relates to safe and healthy communities. And so under that strategic plan and point, we talk about homelessness and continuous improvement of homelessness in terms of services provided, in terms of shelter. And so I would like to focus on a year-round shelter, which I've discussed with some folks, certainly they're aware of the conversation, and what that looks like. How much would that cost? What will be the expense? As I've been advised, council would have to approve a budget and approve that amount for an upcoming budget. I will tell you, I've been talking with some key stakeholders, and some of the expenses that I have received and would like to be considered. With a year-round shelter, we're looking at a building to host year-round shelter. So if folks don't like hotels, let's find a different building to house the needs of people and residents who experience homelessness. The expense is going to encompass staff, insurance, gas, blankets, mats, all of the amenities that's needed, and that price point can start at $574,232. And so that's something that we can look at for our upcoming budget. Also, improving connecting people with services, that's going to be important, as well as when we look at our waiting system that we have, we need to look at the wait time in the waiting list that we have. I've talked to some people, just recently one on Friday, who said that a relative has been on the waiting list for 2 years to get into permanent housing. And so we may want to look at how long the wait should be on the waiting list. Should it be 2 years? Should it be 5 years? If people who are on the waiting list have somehow found other services and they're no longer on the waiting list, we might want to update the waiting list to reflect that. And I think it's important that we have a monthly report on that waiting list to see how it's moving along. Not only should we be cognizant of it, but the residents who use those services and who are waiting sometimes 2 years or more, they should be in the communication loop as to how the process is going. And so I don't know if that's something we can do with the app we've been discussing. We can send out periodic notices to people and let them know where they are in the process. That's going to ease tensions and frustrations a bit in that area. Lastly, I'll focus on a citizen-focused budget, which has also been mentioned already, but that just entails addressing citizen priorities. I've seen recently, as I've seen last budget cycle, reducing the real estate taxes. Folks are wanting to see a reduction there, which is no surprise. We know that. We've heard that since the last budget cycle. And so we should focus on that, as well as programs that reduce taxes for local businesses. I believe we have a measure that we need to bring back up to look at how we can reduce taxes for businesses. So those are the big three for me, not seven. Improving homelessness, the referendum, bond referendum, that includes VB Trail, recreational maintenance and underdeveloped parks, and a citizen-focused budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Tell you what, some very, very great stuff, some very, very great discussions. You know, we identified some problems, we identified some needs, and we identified some barriers to success, but once again, I think it's really painting the portrait of what we have and what we're confronting with going forward. I'm just going to use a couple broad brush things to kind of encapsulate a number of the things I'm going to be talking about were also included. As you know, the last State of the City, we announced a HOPE initiative, and we gave tribute to several groups and organizations that have done some remarkable stuff. We have a lot of faith-based and other organizations now, but they're operating in silos. They're no cross-connectivity, what's going on there. And we're going to try to do that. A number of years ago, after the tragic killing of George Floyd, we put together the Idea Commission, and then a citizen, Dr. Amelia Ross Hammond, chaired that. And we put together the Idea Commission: inclusion, diversity, equality, and accessibility. And unfortunately, it came to pass during a time that the COVID was hit. We didn't have too many meetings, but we did have a focus group that came together. And what was identified were some of the things that we're going to try to do with the HOPE pipeline, helping our people excel. Mental health was identified as the #1 problem in the city, but that is not generic to Virginia Beach alone, nor the 757, nor the Commonwealth, nor this country. But the other thing is physical health. There's a lot of lag in there too. You know, dealing with the mayors against cancer. You know, there are high incidence of cancer in a region affecting especially some minority groups that we have to address. And, you know, initially the focus of the HOPE initiative is going to be working on youth violence. You know, we're working as a, God bless you, as a, you know, as a region, you know, trying to do this. Violence does not respect any border. So, you know, one of the things that we're going to try to do is get mentoring programs and things like that. We're putting people in place to do this. But the other thing as part of the pipeline is going to be workforce development, to give youth that perhaps not destined for college, but to get them into technical training programs and things of that nature that are essential. Yesterday I had breakfast with the interim superintendent, Don Robertson. And once again, he is open to the transitioning to get more technical trades open in terms of what we're doing. Recently, my trip to Germany, we looked at apprentice programs that are there, that we may have to get some you know, legislation on the state level with OSHA requirements that kind of hold back. But if we can get some youth into a trade and give them a path to a career that maybe starts $75,000 or more after graduation from high school, I think you know, that would go a long way to help. And but once again, you know, the HOPE initiative is hopefully going to, you know, address a lot of needs. And now, while we're going to focus on youth violence at first, the idea is also to progress to elderly, PTSD veterans, and homeless. And so when we're going to, the HOPE initiative would be a broad brush approach to what we hope is a community unity building thing, and hopefully become a template, not only for this, other cities in the 757, but you know, that this is how a community can come together. And I think we know we have a remarkable community right here in Virginia Beach. We're a faith-based community of many faiths, and that's the glue that holds us together. And that what gives me kind of hope that, you know, we can really pull this together as a community and, you know, get to the right direction. And, you know, and then the other thing is that my other broad brush is to make sure that we maintain the quality of life, the livability, the public safety, and the essential services that we have going forward. And, you know, once again, I think Chris Taylor brought it forward, and Sabrina, about, you know, property, you know, to take the tax burden off people. But Michael also articulated the literally billions of dollars in needs that we're going to be coming forward in the future. And finding that balance is going to be somehow essential. And in talking to Worth and working with him, one of the things is that right now we have to improve the ratio between residential and commercial properties. We need more businesses here. And that would be one of the simplest ways to get the burden off residents, and, you know, by bringing in more businesses and opportunities. You know, I tell people nowadays, you know, friends shouldn't let their friends' children go to work in Northern Virginia. We'll find you a job here. And what that does too, guess what that does? That keeps families intact. And, you know, that really helps build the community in terms of what's going on. And, you know, we are in the verge of a plethora of growth and opportunity like we never had in this city before. When we talk about offshore wind and the possibilities of high-paying jobs there, when we talk about the cables coming in from France and Spain that are going to increase our technology capabilities for higher paying jobs, broadband, which Rosemary's been working on, for a year. And the thing is to help people not only make a minimum wage, but go beyond a livable wage. And that helps improve the quality of the community. And that way we can put money into the investment. From what I understand, we just had a recent report on our crime statistics. And once again, we are actually on a very, very favorable trend. The investments that we put into public safety a couple budget cycles ago are paying off, spectacularly. But once again, it's a type of thing that I think if we address I think everybody, we touched on all the same things. I think the important thing is to focus on what we have in common and focus that when we go into the priorities. And once again, government is, somewhat, limited about all the things that we can do. When we can take a look at that wonderful diagram up there, and that really truly identified, the challenges that we have to overcome to get to the priorities. The private sector doesn't have a lot of those obstacles in front of them. They can raise the prices of their widgets, no problem, or go to a different product line or everything. We as a council and management has, the challenges in front of them that we have to somehow overcome. But if we can really leverage the private industries to come here and, bring those high-paying jobs and more wealth and prosperity to our city, then this is how we can probably achieve the goals of reducing residential taxes, but also supplying the much-needed revenues we need to accomplish the many things that we're going to have to be confronted with. But once again, I thought it was a great conversation. Thank you all. And I'm on time.
So you've all had an opportunity to share your priorities. One of the things you said coming in is you wanted to understand what each other's priorities are. I'd like to take the next 30, 40 minutes before we break for lunch to give you an opportunity to ask each other questions or get clarifications about what you heard from each other. Are there some things that someone else said that you'd like to just understand a little bit more about to make sure that you're all on the same page in terms of understanding each other?
Okay, Barbara.
Well, I jotted down, whoops, I can't remember that microphone. I jotted down at least 3 things that I'd like to comment on. If it's okay, I'll try to do it quickly. I know that there's been looking at the flood impacts, and I just want to particularly call your attention to the fact that Virginia Beach is extremely unique in that we have major different watersheds. Everybody, the rest of you think in terms of the Chesapeake. I'm thinking in terms of the southern watershed, the Albemarle. And many of you now with your new districts probably have a portion of your property that drains to the southern, and you really need to look at that because the dynamics are extremely different. I think 67% of the city drains to the Albemarle. And Matthew not only affected the center part of the city, don't forget what it did to Asheville Park and Sherwood Lakes. What it really did was it brought attention to the fact that our old development standards needed to be changed in the southern watershed to be able to accommodate the differences. And with all the modeling that we've done and so forth now, it's very important that it's specific to the particular areas of the city. And so please don't forget the impacts that we've had. We've had a pretty good grace period in not having other storms since Matthew, so that we've had a chance to really correct some of these things. So please keep in mind the Albemarle watershed, and go check your map and see how much of your area might drain to the south. And we've got a lot that we can teach you if you're not up to speed on that. When we talk about affordable housing, we tend to think of a lot of different things. And one of the things that has been instituted somewhat that I think we maybe have overlooked, and I think it was done in the Cavalier project and with the housing around that, and also has been approved with the forthcoming Princess Anne Village project. And that is, some of the houses are going to have the capability of adding what is sort of like a mother-in-law suite. It's another unit, and particularly in the Princess Anne Village, it's been designated that it must have the same system for tracking the electrical that the main house does, so that it's not a separate duplex, but it certainly will allow someone else to live there on an individual, a teacher or a workforce housing that's much better able to afford being in a really nice community like that. So don't just think in terms of the usual things that we need to do. There are some new things, and we are doing them, and I'm sure Fry Properties is still going to be able to do it, even though it's lost its leader. But I'm really looking forward to seeing how that works in the Princess Anne Village. And I think if we go over and look at the Cavalier, I think some of the units over there were built in that fashion too. So when we think about affordable housing, there are a lot of ways to address it. I hope we'll keep an open mind and not think that we've just got to add height and density everywhere in order to do that. And then as far as our COG and the way we have been allocating for 20 years of funding, I think the first thing we need to do is invite the members of the Community Organization Grant Committee, whom we appoint, to come make a presentation to the council on what their standards are, how they have been allocating the funding. I think we added about $200,000 in this budget. If we've not been doing it the way we think they should, let's look at it. But I hope we can schedule a meeting, a briefing by them very quickly, so that we can find out what their standards are, how they've been working, and if we're not satisfied with it, we can make those adjustments. So I'll make those 3 comments.
Thank you. If I could, Sabrina, please.
Bring to the attention of council. I saw this when I was looking at those priorities. During our last retreat, we had a survey from our residents, and one of the important questions there, question number 25, was what are the 3 most significant issues you think Virginia Beach will face over the next 3 years? So in terms of the 3 most significant was public safety and crime, then affordability of city services, taxes and fees, housing affordability, flood protection was number 4, and then homelessness was number 5. So I thought that was significant as I was doing some research and putting together those priorities, that these are some of the priorities on the citizens' minds as well. Thanks.
Thank you. Michael.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I'd like to use this opportunity just to talk a little bit more about arts, culture, and the humanities. I was running out of time, but I'd like to just expound upon that just a little further.
And Michael, just because you got 30 minutes doesn't mean you have to take the whole thing.
But I could on this topic, Mayor, because I just think that arts and culture are such an important part of any and every community. And Virginia Beach is fortunate to have a creative community that's strong, that's vibrant, that's connected. Just recently, we've seen an announcement about Virginia MoCA partnering with Virginia Wesleyan to move to their campus and unlock educational and cultural opportunities for our entire community in a new way. And I think that we need to think about what that means for the arts landscape in Virginia Beach, and how we can optimize that opportunity to reach more people and to connect better as a community. That's one of the great things that arts and culture can do for a community, is help us understand each other's experiences, to connect, and to communicate with each other. And then, as you know, members, you've been receiving emails from various arts and cultural organizations, educational organizations like the Ziders Theater, like Virginia Musical Theater, like, I could just go on and on and on about all the Vibe Creative District, all the different arts and cultural organizations. But I think it's important to make sure that we're responsive to this communications we've received. And I don't think that they're only asking for public investment. I think they're also asking for utilization of city services, for the resources the city has to support their work in transformational fashion. That could mean through organizational support. It could mean that we need to look at how we structure the Cultural Affairs Department and how they interact with arts organizations. Could mean looking at our relationships with festivals and special events, cultural programming, all of those things. It's not only about money, it's also about love, a little sweat equity as well. And we've heard, and let me not also discount the economic impact that the arts has on our communities. We've widely known to be a good investment. You see a return for every public investment, and there's also great private philanthropy that's associated with that. And I think Dr. Ross Hammond indicated that as well. So I think this needs to be on our radar, along with the portfolio of other events, or other needs that we have as a community. Sometimes I think the arts can be viewed as expendable when we're faced with other emerging priorities. But actually, I think we need to reconsider that approach and think about the arts as an opportunity to meet our other goals. It can be a vehicle for all the things that have been expressed here and more. And I don't have all the answers for that, and I certainly don't have a proposal in place, but there's lots of people who are working on these discussions, and I expect they'll be bringing us things to consider, and I hope we'll consider them seriously.
Okay, Chris and then Amelia.
Thank you, Mayor Dyer. I wanted to kind of tag team with Councilman Berlucci. I know the question was if we had a response. Michael, in your comments, you closed your original 10 minutes with discussing, like, asking questions and not necessarily. Could you help me there? Repeat that.
What I was referring to, and I don't think it was my closing remarks, but I was referring to the incredible articulation of expenses that this council and subsequent councils in the future will be considering, and that we have a lot of needs, and we also have limited, scarce resources that our members of the community are working very hard in their jobs and facing rising costs. So my interest was around, we need to become more dispassionate about our discussions and to take an analytical approach to these decision points that face us, and also consider them holistically.
Thank you. So that kind of brings up, public education is so important. Many of us that are locals here attended public schools, and if you don't know, I have a story about that in terms of my family and integrating the schools. And so what I found somewhat challenging is, when we have these discussions, sometimes we come in with a position, our mind's kind of made up, and it does make it difficult to have meaningful dialogue that's based in analysis, facts. And so when we look at the need to build schools, sometimes, needing to build a new school doesn't directly correlate to better education, a new building. And so as a liaison to the School Modernization Committee, we didn't have an opportunity to have some of these discussions because it was just kind of moving so fast. And I know I have a lot of council members that are advocating for, building new schools. And we have, I think Vice Mayor Rosemary Wilson, you're a liaison as well, 15, 16, 17, 18 schools that we could easily have to renovate or rebuild in the next 20 years. And so my hope as a body, you know, I've spent a lot of time analyzing what we're actually doing, and to Barbara's, Councilmember Henley's point, the process. So when you look at, when we receive unsolicited bids, just someone comes to us and says, I want to build 3 schools, inflation cost, when we look at last week, $750,000 unsolicited, they just come to us. I've done some research around the schools, and when we look at Betty F. Williams, what we're looking at building is a 145,000 square foot building for 950 students. And then when I went to the region and municipalities across the state, we have Prince George County that just built a school, 99,000 square feet, so 50,000 square feet smaller, with 968 students for a cost of $30 million. Hardy Elementary School, Isle of Wight, contracted October 2023, 108,000 square feet, 917 students, $41 million. F.W. Chittum Elementary School, 125,000 square foot, 928 students, $25 million. Betty F. Williams, $68.4 million was the original. Now it's up to $81 million. We haven't got through design. When you look at Princess Anne High School, historical school in the area, 330,000 square foot for the new design, 1,800 students. Again, just going within our state, Highland High in Henrico, built originally in the 1950s, 2,028 students, so roughly 200 more students. 265,000 square feet, so almost 85,000 square foot smaller, $98 million. New George Mason, 1,448 students, 294,000 square feet, $85 million. And so I think we can be passionate about building schools, we can be passionate about public education, while still, to Michael's point, actually looking at analysis, looking at facts, looking at data, maybe bringing in other contractors, stakeholders. And it's troubling for me when we're in these conversations to hear Vice Mayor Wilson bring up, you know, the Winston-Salem Road project that came in at $5 million over budget, but then we just voted on the Dam Neck project, that's infrastructure and roads, at $22 million. What's that going to come in at? And so, you know, are we really analyzing the cost, the size, the entire scope, or is it, you know, we need more schools? Because ultimately, if the way we do business is anybody can just come to us unsolicited and we just accept it, I think the line's going to start getting long, and we're going to continue to see operators like Odyssey and others that see that we're handing out huge contracts, sometimes maybe without an in-depth analysis, and I don't think there's anything that's going to stop that line. So, thank you.
Okay, could I have Rosemary go first and Amelia?
I just want to address some of the things. There we go. Chris, you're spot on, because we really talked a lot about this cost and the size and the scope of those buildings. It was a conversation that the council has never really been able to have with the schools in the past, because they didn't have to come through us. They just were able to do that. And Mr. Duhaney and I were talking this morning about the falling enrollment too. There's a steady decline of enrollment. So by the time your children get to high school, I mean, what's the enrollment going to be? So these all things have to take into consideration, and I think your costs are yesterday's costs, and we are looking at tomorrow's costs. So that's, you know, that's going to be a difference. However, but the size, the scope, And I think we all talked about, we don't want it to be just a little square box. We do want these to be nice places. However, we need to take into consideration not to make them a Taj Mahal, gigantic, not to overbuild. So I really appreciate your comments on that, and I think because they're going through those meetings now. They took off for the summer, but there's a lot of reiteration that's going on now that at least there are council members that are included in these discussions. So thank you for bringing that up.
Okay, Amelia?
Mine is going back to where Councilwoman Henley was talking about to do with the flooding. And I do remember Asheville, going there, and my feet all up to my ankles wet going into the homes. And I appreciate that you mentioned there have been certain things done, like the tree plantings and so forth, to help that situation. So thanks for bringing that up about Asheville Park. Also, when you mentioned about the housing, I serve on that committee, and they are working, they call them tiny houses, that are now being attached, looking at how that can work in that area, and also the Cavalier that you brought up, which is good. And the last thing I wanted to mention, I think, was to do with what Councilman Palucci mentioned about the culture. As you can see, I was over last week at the Virginia Wesleyan University address, of their university, and Dr. Scott Miller mentioned about this new, as he called it, a cultural corridor, where now we'll have MOCA, we have the Virginia African American Culture Center, and some other aspects. And recently we had, looking at art going in many places, Emily LeBeaus was mentioning about how the utilities the young people have worked on. If you look around, my little grandkid calls it a Christmas wrap. If you look around, some of the utilities have new murals on them, some in District 4, some over in Rosemont. You will see them. So we're bringing in some of these art aspects into the city, so it will be open for all to enjoy, because we have a lot of people who don't ever go down to the ocean front. So now the process of bringing some of these in is very important, and this is another part that the culture arts play a role for our city. Thank you.
Good. Anyone else? If I could, Barbara.
May I just mention something that has nothing to do with it? The microphones here seem to be much better than what we've got in the City Hall building.
Are you suggesting we move the meetings back here, Barbara?
No, but let's fix whatever's not working up there, because I hear it from people who are trying to follow on television too. This is working much better as someone who's a little hard of hearing. Thank you.
No, thank you.
But let's see what we can do down there.
I tell you, that was great comments. If I could just make a comment, I'll tell you what, I thoroughly enjoyed, the comments and, the discussion today. But let me tell you, every city in this nation are having the same comments and having the same conversations. We can tell, I deal with a number of other mayors locally, and I just participated in a national survey of mayors throughout the country. We have a lot in common. And the one thing I think I can say, and I feel comfortable saying, is that, we have problems. We're not the perfect city. You always strive for perfection. But I'll tell you what, when you think about the way some cities really got hit with the COVID and really haven't fully recovered yet, if we look at, what we've done, both with this body and the past, council, getting through COVID, I would always, I would respectfully argue, name a city that made it through COVID better than we did in a lot of ways. When you talk about the response, when you talk about Patrick started his job at the height of COVID, and we got kudos, from the governor, then Governor Northam, when he came down and took a look at our convention center and how we handled things. Getting the CARES Act money to the people that needed it. and we were able to negotiate with the governor and get the beaches open. We were the only beaches open in the country, I believe. We had the only surf competition in the world. And Worth, you brought up the fact that the economic impact, the fact that we were able to kind of tread water during a riptide. We had a $2.1 billion economic impact the next year. So my point is, though, yeah, I'm glad we're talking about, you know, the things that ail us and the things that we have to fix. That's true with any elected body that's out there these days. But I'll tell you what we have are the tools, and you know, we got a bright future ahead of us. But once again, with our prosperity comes the problems with it. You know, when we bring in the new companies, we have to have the affordable housing. And Patrick, if you don't mind me asking, and you know, the body, Chris Taylor and I have a meeting on Thursday with the regional group on housing. I would like to give a copy of the report that we got, you know, and that in-depth, if we can get some copies of that to hand out to the region. Because I can tell you, you know, with the would that be possible, you know, to share with them, because, you know, Chris can tell you, we're hearing the same, you know, concerns from all the cities in the 757. And, you know, once again, in my dealing with Harumfa, Hampton Roads Military Facilities Alliance, workforce housing, affordable housing is a problem with, you know, military people that are here, along with affordable daycare. You know, these are all problems that we are talking about, but these are not unique to Virginia Beach. But I think the fact that we're having this fruitful conversation and identifying the sources of areas that we can improve on, you know, but in a lot of ways, I think we're doing very well as compared to a lot of other cities. And, you know, it does to the fact that we have such a strong, you know, dedicated body of elected officials, and we have a very strong management team. You know, we're regarded as one of the best managed cities in the country. You know, we're one of the most livable. We're one of the most safe cities. We're considered one of the most caring cities. And there were a number of kudos that, you know, we just, you know, got to really, you know, take appreciation of. But once again, does that mean we don't have work to do or we can't improve? Certainly not. But I'll tell you what, with discussions like this, I think, you know, really establish it. And once again, when you have 5 new members come in, it really does alter the chemistry of an organization. But if this helps us, and I think it really does, we were doing a great job. You know, the last meeting we had some contentious stuff, we got it moving. You know, and somebody said before, we agree more than we disagree. I think we have a great body of concerned people right now that are, you know, really trying to do the right thing for the community and the public. And, you know, and I just thought I would, you know, bring that up. And also to mention, yesterday I had breakfast with the interim superintendent of schools, Don Robertson. And I tell you what, I think I think he's going to be a little bit workable with us, but also in terms of shifting to technology-based education. But also, you know, one of the things we talked about, you know, we got to get discipline back in the schools. You know, a lot of that's an important thing. You know, we got to approach this holistically as a thing. We want a safe thing. We want to provide paths for people that put them on a positive track and a positive pipeline, you know, to success and prosperity. And I think, you know, we have, you know, the chemistry and the body of this, our elected council and management to do it. That's my focus group of 1.
Well, so it's almost time for lunch. Just want to make sure other council members didn't have any questions or clarifications. So lunch is being set up, a couple of housekeeping things and just where we're going next. A request from council members was that staff get a name tag with your name and department. So, yeah, so we'll all be having lunch together. What we're doing after lunch, Beverly has been nicely organizing things. We're going to work with Monica and Melissa to just make sure we're grouping things right. And then after lunch, we'll ask you all to start prioritizing from all this sea of pink to start narrowing it down. And then we'll get specific, I heard a lot of similarities, but there's also different ideas of how you get to those ideas. So we want to make sure we've got the combined ideas right of your priorities, as well as what that means, so that staff can start figuring out how to execute and move it to action. Yeah. Oh yeah, Barbie. We didn't plan that, but yeah.
I prefer saying things are in the pink. Thank you.
So lunch, not quite be ready, but will be in a minute or two if it's not out there yet. Welcome back. Thank you. Hope you enjoyed your lunch and our interlude. I want to share with you what we did with the staff during lunch. We made some groupings and want to share the groupings with you all and see if the groupings make sense to you all. Keep in mind as we share these groupings, after we're comfortable with the groupings, you all have some dots and you're going to be voting on the groupings. Not voting. You're going to be expressing agreement with the ideas here. So this isn't a formal vote, but just sharing your agreement with the ideas as the preliminary priorities for the next 24 months for the council's focus areas. So I'm going to start with, there were several comments about council processes, council policies and processes. It included the non-government funding, COG, right? I've got the acronym right. Funding, as well as festivals, the legislative agenda, having an established legislative agenda, and having a clear vision amongst you all for council. So we grouped that into council policies and processes as a potential area of priority. The next group, there were 4 individual stickies about Rudy Loop. So Rudy Loop could have fallen into some other categories, but because there was a lot, we kept that separate. So Rudy Loop as a potential priority. Here we have a grouping of city, physical, and human asset management. So you all talked about a handful of city physical assets for city. Things like the municipal campus, dealing with inflation on infrastructure costs, the MOCA building, the visitor center, the library. You also talked about the LEDA, the Law Enforcement Training Academy. In addition to some of the physical assets, you talked about staff and sufficient pay for staff and personnel, and having sufficient personnel. So we grouped that in city, physical, and human asset management. Next grouping, we've got land use. In this, we included more land for industrial real estate uses, the idea of running out of land and infill development, what are the remaining public land use needs, land use and strategic growth, including the SGAs, the zoning ordinance, neighborhood revitalization guidelines, as well as moving forward with the comprehensive plan and zoning actions, so grouped as land use. Physical environment and amenities. This included the idea of placemaking and how can you beautify your major residential corridors, create a sense of arrival in the corridors with murals or sculptures. Potential referendum for a variety of recreational items, the BB
God bless
Trail,
you.
the recreational maintenance, underdeveloped parks, District 7 Rec Center, public amenities for the BB Trail, funding and upgrade neighborhood parks, Shore Drive Phase 4, doing some interim improvements there. So we group that as physical, environment, and amenities. We've got alternative energy, so that's related to both workforce, economic and environment, city brand and diversification, and offshore wind, and Dominion Energy under alternative energy. I've got here a grouping related to the city budget and affordability. So, doing the citizen-focused budget, looking at affordability for the community, fiscal responsibility, following processes and procedures, looking at taxpayers, your budget process and fiduciary role, a comprehensive review of festivals. Some of you had multiple ideas on some Post-its, so the festivals idea I think is up here. Looking at what are we doing with all of how we're using our city and tip money, assets, convention center, sports. Affordable housing. There were a lot of ideas related to affordable housing. I'm not going to read them all. I will highlight homelessness as part of affordable housing, as well as different ideas for policies and accessory units, having a strategy, things like that. Come over here, we've got a grouping of economic vitality, having long-term economic viability, ATM, everyone's loving your acronym, economic opportunity, the sportsplex, the land around the convention and sports center, and growing and diversifying the economy, and economic vitality of city, more homegrown workforce center for education. Some of that, again, overlaps. The idea here with some of these maybe could be physical assets, but these ones are specific to sort of economic vitality, economic drivers. A grouping of public safety, maintaining a livable and safe city. Again, LITA could have been part of this, but we moved that to a physical asset, so ideas around public safety. Several of you tied public safety and education together. We split them out and have education and schools as a separate idea from public safety. Tied to education and schools, you were talking about the school physical buildings, but also education of your workforce and workforce development and how you're supporting the education in your community. We've got transportation and accessibility as the next grouping. As you said, accessibility is a lot of things, but grouping in general, being able to get around the community more. Several ideas related to flooding and stormwater, flood protection, managing the bond referendum projects. Civic engagement, public participation, engagement, and transparency. Culture and arts. Right now there's only one Post-it here, but culture and arts came up on a lot of the other ones as you were discussing it. So we've got it as its own, and even though I've only got one Post-it, there were other ideas there. Youth. This was attracting more young people and enhancing opportunities for youth. We separated, again, it could be part of something else, but it seemed like enough of you were saying addressing the age of our population and things to do for the youth was a standalone. Public health, mental and physical health. Several comments about mental and behavioral health, implementing the HOPE pipeline, improving mental health and public health in general. And then trash and recycling, again, just one post-it, but it came up for several of you, making sure that trash and recycling is addressed. I think I hit all of the red bubbles. Any questions or pushback on these groupings? Does anyone think we missed something by lumping too many things together, or we maybe miscategorized some things?
Any concerns?
I think you have too many things in some of these,
Put your mic on.
Mike on.
sorry. I think some of them, you've got too many things grouped under one heading.
Too many things are lumped together.
Yeah.
Anyone specifically like to suggest separating out?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I agree with that, and to follow up on that specifically, I think budget and affordability, although the city budget is related, I think the comments raised about that were about the process, and I think we need to look at affordability in terms of housing, in terms of some of the things that don't exactly relate to the city budget. So I feel like you could separate those two.
And separating affordability, does that go with affordable housing, or?
The physical environment, you've got rec center and parks and rec with residential corridors. I think they're different things.
So maybe recreational parks and rec type amenities as a standalone.
Yeah.
And enhancing placemaking and corridors is it separate?
I tried to take notes as you were reading them out, but there might have been some other things in there, but it just, the two to me didn't seem like they were the same.
Other reactions, questions, concerns?
Really?
Yes, could you go over that city physical asset management, that big grouping? What all
Yes.
do you have under there? Thank you.
Sorry. So I'm just back on this one. I'm separating parks and recreation from corridors and physical appearance. So physical and human asset management was related to different projects for the city, like the municipal campus, dealing with inflation on all of your infrastructure costs, the MoCA building, the visitor center, the library on 22nd Street, and LIDA. Those were the physical assets. And then tied to that, there were also human assets of keeping and paying appropriately city staff. So that's how that's grouped.
Okay, is everybody content with what we have right now? Okay.
All right, so now's the point where we ask you to take the dots I've given you. You each have 1 blue dot and 5 green dots. And these are, again, we're not voting, but you're just sharing what your sort of preliminary priorities are if you agree with some of these. So you've only got 6 choices to make. Not sure how many there's up here, but maybe 12 or 15? 18?
18.
So you only have 6 choices. Your blue dot, we're going to say, is worth 5 points. And your green dots are each worth 1 point. So you have 1 place to put your very top priority with your blue dot, and then 5 places to put your next priorities. Again, These aren't votes, this isn't final, this is a preliminary expression of what you think you're agreeing as some priorities are. And I know you've said multiple times, we're a big city, this is hard to say these are our only priorities, so it's not saying other things aren't priorities. It's just trying to help narrow in on what the top priorities are. Also, I know the manager has said we're looking at this as a 24-month set of priorities. If things are up here that don't bubble up to the very top for the next 24 months, it doesn't mean it's off the table. The city will still continue to pursue it. It might be in month 25, though. Any questions about that? All right, so I invite you to come up. Your blue dot's worth 5. Yeah, you got a question?
Sorry about that. My only concern, land use and economic vitality are two separate categories, but maybe the same goals or priorities shared would be, I'd hate to make a choice between those two, for example. But there's a lot up there. So.
There's a lot up there.
Okay, we need people to dot them. Yeah, Josh.
I just have just a really quick comment, observation. I know trash and recycling only got one pink square, but I know that is something we're gonna have to deal with in probably the next less than 12 months. And I was hoping that I wouldn't have to waste a green dot. But
Recycling
I
is,
think
the recycling issue is not going away. We're dealing with that now. So if that one's not on the list, it's fine by me because you already authorized us to go through a process. So if we want to, we can pull the recycling one off because everybody knows what we're doing as it relates to that process. Mm-hmm.
Could I recommend, what do you think, that maybe just one side of the room go up first in a number, and then this side of the room, and then Rosemary and I? What do you think? Would that work a lot better than having everybody come up?
Yeah, and I'd like you to put your dots on the red circles, on the bigger categories, rather than the pink squares.
Okay.
So this is your assignment.
All righty. And Raku, would you kindly report where people put their dots so we all know?
Someone always asks that. It's okay to double vote.
Okay, the other side.
snuck any dots from home?
Only we knew.
So because we're giving different point value, I'm going to try and do math in my head and guess what's at the top. Land use has 4 blue dots and 1 green dot, so that would be 21 points. I'm guessing that's the top vote getter there. Affordable housing has 1 blue dot and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 red dots, so it's 13. Flooding and stormwater has 1 blue dot and 4 green dots, so 9. Guessing. Yeah, culture and arts has 1 blue dot and 3 green dots, so 8. Oh, over here, budget, 1 blue dot and 4 green dots, so that's 9. I think then public health, mental and physical health, 1 blue dot, 2 green dots, so 7. I think then probably Rudy Loop, 1 blue and 1 green is 6. Parks and Recreation, 1 blue, 1 green, also 6. Council policies and processes, 5 green dots, so 5 points. Now you're all gonna have to help me because I turned around. Economic vitality, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 green dots, so 6 points. Public safety, 5 green dots, so 5 points. Education and schools, 4 green dots, 4 points. Youth, thank you. Youth, 3 green dots, 3 points. City, physical and human assets, 3 green dots, 3 points. Corridors and physical appearance, 2 green dots, 2 points. Alternative energy, 2 green dots, 2 points. No dots on transportation and accessibility. Civic engagement has 1 dot. I think I read them all out loud. Beverly, you get all the dots? Any surprises? Land use top, affordable housing next. Do you feel like you need to narrow it down more? This is pretty narrow.
Can you read them out top to bottom?
Yeah. Can we do the numbers? Yeah. I will do that. So Beverly, you want to just read the numbers out?
Oh, we got it now. Okay. It might be easier if you tell me which one you're at, because mine are all mixed up.
No,
Put in the lifeguards.
Just
Council policies and processes, 5 green dots. So 5.
just the total. Yeah.
Rudy Loop, 6. Land use, 21. Corridors and physical is 2. Affordable housing, 13. Budget and affordability, 9. Alternative energy, 2. Economic vitality, 6. Public safety, 5. Education and schools, 4. Flooding and stormwater, 9. Civic engagement, 1. Culture and arts, 8. Youth, 3. physical and human assets, 3. Making you run around now. Physical health, mental and physical, or public health, 7. And Parks and Rec, 6.
So, land use is at the top. Affordable housing is next. Flooding and stormwater after that. Budget's also 9, so flooding and stormwater and budget at 9. Then culture and arts, public health, mental and physical health at 7. Then at 6, we've got economic vitality, parks and recreation, and Rudy Loop, all at 6. At 5, we have council policies and processes, public safety. I don't see a 4. Thank you. 4, education and schools. 3, we have youth, physical and human asset management. And then 2, corridors and physical appearance, alternative energy. And 1, civic engagement. Yes, ma'am.
Amelia?
I do have a question. Where transportation was put down at the bottom and people's eye level, I never noticed that. I don't know if anybody else did the same. That's why it has no points. It was way down there. What can we do?
What can we do?
Okay, we'll start from the beginning. I'm only kidding.
Yes.
Yep. Amelia, we all saw it from here, from where we stood.
Okay.
And trash and recycling is over at the manager's table. Yeah, we can put it in the lifeguard stand. So we have a choice here, and again, this is your session for you. We can work through the top vote getters to make sure that we're clear on the, not vote getters, the top areas of agreement. Make sure that staff is really clear on what success would look like for that area. Or we can try and narrow it down, maybe take the top 10 or so and give you different color votes to narrow down the list. So I know you're feeling pressured that you've already narrowed it this far. In my ideal world, you'd narrow it a little further, but I'm not you, so.
Rosemary?
Patrick, since you and your staff have to implement this, how would you like us to do it? You want us to go to the next level?
I think a good path forward is starting with the top vote getter and discussing what success looks like. Some of this is going to get done regardless, but I think the value of the time is really hearing from you all. These are your priorities. What do you want to see done over the next 24 months? So not trying to get them to dwindle it down anymore, Julie, but order of discussion for what success looks like.
Okay.
Yeah. Does that feel?
Okay, Barbara?
Does that feel okay?
There it goes. One of the things that I'm noticing is that the blue dot might kind of throw things off a little bit, like, okay, I'm looking at public health, mental, physical. That's got 1 blue dot and 2 green dots, and that comes up with 7 points. Well, that means 3 council members felt that it should have anything, whereas the policies and processes has, what, 5 green dots. That means 5 council members felt that was worthy, but it's got fewer votes. So we almost kind of need to know how many dots are on each one. And that tells us how many council members felt that it was worthy of anything. So maybe we can have a 2-part thing. The top might be the total number of points, and the bottom number could be how many dots. And that, like I say, tells us how many council people thought there was a issue there.
Councilmember Henley, I do need to say, I wasn't watching you all, but nothing prevented you all from voting more than once for a particular topic. So someone could have chosen to do more than 1 dot on a topic, so it's not necessarily unique voters.
Michael?
And Mayor, if I could just add to that, we all knew what the rules were regarding the blue dot, so, you know, that was factored into our selection process, I would say. But I'd also think we should take another stab at attempting to narrow it. I do.
Okay, Worth?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To me, I'm amazed that we had 77 priorities listed from the morning down to 18 categories. Now we have 24 months or so, the next 6 or 12 or 24 months to address these. I'm happy with addressing all 18 in the order, you know, that we're prioritizing amongst the 18 that we have, but we're at this full time almost, you know, twice a month for formal session, 4 times a month for informal, so I'm ready to go to work.
Yep. Sabrina, did you have something?
I would almost like to see some type of, and this may have been done on some items, some type of a risk assessment to where if you don't do this, then this. If this, then that. Because a risk assessment or an assessment might look different for Parks and Rec than economic vitality. More, your risk assessment may look different from education in schools and cultures and art, to really get down to what is vital. If you don't do this within this, then here is the problem. I'd like to see something like that.
Okay, Amelia.
And I was just bring this last bit in of what Councilman Remick mentioned about all 18, because guess what? A lot of the parks, a lot of the housing, a lot of the schools, you can't get to them without transportation.
So Amelia, how do you feel about transportation? Yeah. I kind of like the tack that, you know, I agree with Worth. We got it, 18, considering the magnitude of our city and the problems they should all be on the radar. Yeah, Michael.
Mayor, I agree with that, and I think they all are on the radar. I think something, and, you know, obviously it's the decision of this body, but I think we need to be considerate also of what we stated as what our goals were when we came into this morning. And we talked about providing a clear understanding for citizens, for staff, and for members of this body about where the thrust of the professional services and support of city staff and what citizens could expect from the city moving forward. And I don't think we've accomplished that goal, in my opinion, today. That's why I think we need to at least look at another round. It doesn't mean we can't attack these things. I agree with Mr. Remick. I agree with you, Mayor. But I don't think if we just throw all these things up on a document that we've achieved our goal of being concise and clear about what the priorities and what residents can expect for the next 24 months worth of work. Or that staff will fully understand.
Rosemary.
Besides waste management, are there some other items on there that we're going to take care of no matter what? And you could remove those from the list to narrow it down. I bet it's transportation, isn't it?
I do think If it was just me and I had a vote, council, I'd honestly take off education in schools because you all just appropriate the funds to the school board, and you all are gonna more or less stay within the funding formula for this year, and maybe if you adopt another formula for another year, you all stay within that. So that could be something that you take off the ballot because we don't really get into the details of the schools other than the appropriation that you provide to them. But I do understand it's a key priority of you all, but your role is very limited as it relates to that.
And the other thing is, youth is a very generic term, and in some ways it could be rolled into a number of the other considerations out there, so perhaps that one might be more.
Mayor, I was going to agree with that because when I hear you all talk about youth, I hear you talk about it in an economic vitality standpoint, also arts and culture and public safety. So I think if those can become elements and initiatives of whatever strategic plan or focused action plan we adopt from this one, we can tackle those there. Because primarily I tend to hear that that's a public safety or economic vitality or arts and culture component. So I think, Julie, what I'm hearing is that we could probably pull down youth and probably education. Not saying that they're not priorities, but just not necessarily separate individual areas because they fall into other areas.
Yeah, Rosemary?
So that narrows it from 18 to 15, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So, and some things are going to be prioritized naturally because of the timelines that they're on.
And I think just to clarify, basically what this is, so the day-to-day operations of the city are gonna happen regardless. This is what, I think Mr. Berlucci put it best. This is what you want us to focus our key time that we have with you on issues that you're identifying that we need to work on to address it and helping you all find solutions for the public, right? So these are just like the key areas of where we're gonna actually focus our energies in terms of opportunities for investment or challenges that we need to address. The day-to-day operations of the city are still gonna operate. And obviously, none of this is perfect or poured in concrete. Things happen like a pandemic or some other thing that may come that takes our focus away from this to go to other things.
So like in the legislative policy, we're gonna be dealing with that with the package most likely. It's gonna be coming forward. We probably need to, that's kind of like on that natural timeline of things coming up. So I kind of agree with the mayor. I think these are all, and Mr. Remick, these are all really important, and we, unless Mr. Dehaney says that he's not able to do all these, which I haven't heard that, and he's been asked, I think we should focus on them all.
I think, Vice Mayor, what I'm looking forward to is, and I think Monica kind of in this session where you all define what success looks like for each priority, that to me lets me understand what's the art of the possible and what we can realistically commit to achieving on your behalf. Is for you all to kind of tell us what does success look like in these areas. Not necessarily saying how we get there, but like A is the priority listed here and Z is ultimately what do you feel needs to be done in order to move Virginia Beach to become better than what it already is.
And if I could say that, pretty much historically over the years, flooding has been the #1 priority, safety's been the #2. Schools was also a priority, but that's not there. Affordable housing was adapted as a, one of our top priorities going forward. So those are given, that I think that those are, if we had to select a group of priorities, but this is just kind of a repeat of where we already have a work in progress. When it comes to council policies and procedures, that's something we as a council can deal with at a, perhaps at a workshop and just sit down and hash out how we want to do things. Rudy Loop was already given a direction. But so once again, I think the other things, are all worthy of at least being on the list, especially transportation, Amelia. Okay. But, once again, I think these are the priorities that out of, 77 or thereabouts things, we whittled it down to here. We have the top tier and we have, I don't want to say a lower tier, but a next tier down that we should, but it's, every one of those is worthy of consideration.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think that we, go ahead.
So just to clarify, and Dr. Ross Hammond, don't get mad at me, but transportation accessibility, it doesn't have anything, so are we keeping that on? Or, because I do think those fit into other things, so like the city physical assets and getting the CIP items addressed as part of the budget. I do think those fit in there, and then the accessibility, walkability, bikeability, those fit within Parks and Rec, because you have the VB trails there and stuff like that.
I think it falls in with economic vitality a lot, because if we're going to have a workforce development thing, transportation, I think would be part of an economic vitality. What do you think about that, Amelia?
Yeah, so
Does that help?
That's good, is just to get from here to there. You need
Exactly.
multimodal, walk, ride.
Yeah,
You
precisely.
need transportation.
So when we're considering locations for companies and things like that, to make sure, that that's part of it.
For them to get to their jobs.
Again, I feel like you all might be putting more pressure on yourself than it's due. I think as you have this next section of your conversation of what success looks like, some of that's going to come out in the discussion. So some things where we might have categorized it and there's interdependencies, I think is what someone was talking about. Councilmember Wooten very eloquently talked about like interdependencies. For certain things to move forward, you might need something else to have already taken place. So I feel like if you allow yourself to get to this next section of your conversation, some of that interdependencies will come up as you talk about what success looks like. So Julie, if we could transition, but maybe do it by order of votes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Michael?
Sorry, Mayor. I just want to also encourage the body to think about the budgetary impacts of pursuing 18 priorities. And I don't think that, again, then I will withhold my what appears to be, minority perspective on this issue. But I don't think that we're providing the clarity we are seeking by sending 18 priorities to staff with a limited outlook on what the funding opportunities are for those things. And I think in order to provide the type of clear direction that we all are seeking, we need to understand what the budgetary impacts are and give staff a little bit more specific direction on which of those priorities to pursue with the scarce resources we have available.
Michael, I do tend to agree with you, but that being said, however, every one of them is a core function of local government. In a lot of ways that would have to, I think it's better to have it on the radar, and then once again, during the budget process, we can determine what's going on. But, as we talk about everything that's up there, it's stuff that's going to be part and parcel of a budget anyway, so at least, we go ahead and get a fix on what's going on. So is the next thing to do is focus on how to get to yes?
Yeah, so our intent now is to take some of these priorities.
You have some of the biggest sketches I ever saw at a meeting like this. My goodness. Those are violates our billboard ordinance, I think.
We'll keep it indoors. We won't put it on the streets. So what we will do now is take some of the ones with more dots and then ask from council what that specificity is. What do you want from them? And again, we're not going to be solving or answering the problem today, but you're going to be giving staff the direction of what they should bring back to you. So I'm going to start with land use, and I'm going to put land use here. In the next 24 months, what is it you want staff to be doing for land use?
Would that be to determine and recommend to council a comprehensive list of, issues now confronting land use and which ones are should be applicable and which ones we may want to look at critically, in other words, with the thought of that we're running out of land, the maximal use of, and effective and efficient use of land. Barbara?
The comprehensive plan update is, we have to do that this year, and that's going to address all of these things. What are the places that are, everything about each land. So I think that's a critical factor. I mean,
Worth?
Yeah, so I'll just reinforce, completing the comprehensive plan would be a good example of what your expectation of staff is in the next 24 months. And that might be in less than 24 months.
Okay. Josh?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On this one, I would love to hear from staff about a comprehensive look at our zoning ordinance to see what, if any, changes might be recommended as we transition from greenfield development to infield development. I would also like for us to examine the relevancy of the SGA plan, given the fact that mass transit is not an option along that corridor. I personally think the SGA plan was predicated on a whole bunch of other things besides just light rail, given that it's close to transportation corridors and whatnot. And I think there's a lot of relevancy there, and I think we can kind of help elevate a lot of that really great research and reporting that was done many years ago. I think that's it for now.
Okay, Rosemary and Worth.
I think it'd be nice if we had an assessment of what we have. I think we own property all over the city, and I don't think most of us know exactly what it all is. If we could get an assessment of city-owned property that's not being utilized, like for a school or for a fire station or.
And when you say city-owned property, do you mean everything? Like, if it doesn't have a use on it, for example?
Right, if it doesn't have a use, it's okay. We don't need to know where all the fire stations are.
But for example, some of them are earmarked for future parks that does not have a park asset or facility on it. Do you like for that to be included as part of that dialogue or conversation?
No, because if it's park, it's already got a designation.
Okay. But
undesignated city property.
Okay, because when you say undesignated, that's when we get really limited. But if the conversation was about things that could be open for another policy decisions from council, then the world opens up. But it leads to a lot of controversy, though.
Yeah, but also what Barbara talked about, looking at the Southeastern Parkway, we bought up a lot of property with that's sort of just sitting there. So I would think that would include that as well, or anything that you come across that think that might be of interest.
Okay, Worth and then Barbara.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So every 2 weeks when I see the agenda, I see land use almost on every one of our agendas. And so after public safety and public education, land use in the city, and a lot of these categories fit into land use. It could be flood mitigation, it could be economic vitality, but two of the things of my priorities would fit in this category. More land for industrial development. I agree with the SGA and the comprehensive plan. Those are the two top priorities in this category, but I would add industrial land to that as part of that, as well as land around here, the convention center. I counted up, it's over 58 acres, it's 68 acres here, right around us where we sit today, near the resort, near the vibe. So land use is really important, and it's many categories.
Okay, Barbara.
Well, a lot of it comes to why did we acquire the property to start with? Because all of the property that we acquired in the open space program, we acquired it for open space, so that shouldn't be on the list of something we can develop now. So I think any listing will have to be, why did we acquire the property? And how did we acquire the property? Because if we condemned it, then it's going to have to be, well, to get rid of it would take a supermajority, and why did we acquire it? I think it's important for us to know.
So what we've got so far in land use as potential activities would be looking at the convention center property areas, doing the comprehensive plan update, transportation, well, I'm sorry, what was that one?
Yeah, that has to do with, you know, putting in industry and those type of things to make sure that, you know, people could get to work.
So, gotcha. Assessment of city-owned property, anything of interest, knowing what it was originally purchased for, industrial development, more land for that, looking at the zoning ordinances, and looking at the SGA plans for relevance.
Yeah. Michael?
I think we also, when we consider land use, need to take another look at transparency and civic and community engagement, specifically around land use, because that's one of the highest tension points that occurs inside city council chambers and in our email inboxes. And I know there's some representatives here from the Council of Civic Organizations and as well Civic League representatives. And there, in many cases, people are here to understand the process and to understand how the city views the various opportunities that come before us and how they can participate more fully. And that needs to all be included as part of the land use discussions. And it doesn't automatically come with updates to the comprehensive plan, because we've updated the comprehensive plan before, and I don't think that's necessarily resolved all of those issues or tension points. So I think that's an important aspect of land use.
Barbara?
Well, that's exactly right, because that's what brings people down, primarily because people have invested in a home in a particular area, partly because of the land use in that area. And so it does impact our citizens more directly than anything except the budget that we do. So that is extremely important as far as civic engagement and public involvement. And that's why I think doing the comprehensive plan update is, while we're doing that, we need to make sure we reach out to all of the neighborhoods, and I'm sure the CCO is going to be helping with that, to make sure they participate when we're doing this comprehensive plan update, because the comprehensive plan is going to indicate what should be the use of all the properties. And that will certainly have the neighborhood input, but that's where our neighborhoods and our people, because it depends on, people are going to buy property based on what they think they can do with it, or what next to it can do with it, because that's going to impact the value of their property. So that's where all of that comes in the most, and you really get the civic involvement, and that's critical as a part of land use. That's why we put the orange sign on any property if it's going to be rezoned, so everybody around it will know what's going on.
So, Mr. Mayor, I think for this one, I think what I'm hearing is it's basically a look at the transparency and civic engagement process for the discretionary land use CUPs and things that comes before council. I think that's what I'm hearing for this really right here. It's not necessarily associated with the comp plan, but it's those discretionary land use stuff. What's the civic engagement behind it?
Yeah, I think when we're talking land use, I think we're talking about multiple factors, that go into it. Obviously, things like notification and civic engagement is important, but like Barbara said, we got a comp plan coming up that needs updating, and once again, the new comp plan should take into consideration a number of the challenges we have with lack of land and some other things going forward, and address those problems in a very forward way.
All right. Feel like we've given staff some good direction here.
Okay.
So we'll move on to affordable housing. What would you expect or desire from staff and from yourselves in the next 24 months? What would success look like? What's getting accomplished?
Barbara?
I was just reading an email today that somebody else got and I think sent to everybody, but you know, the affordable housing is not only in the original cost of the housing, but it's in the cost of rent. If it goes up, you know, that's the landlord that is getting that tax bill. And it's also the taxes on a property, because how often do we hear people say, I can't afford to live in Virginia Beach because of the taxes? So there are a lot of things that play into this affordable housing issue. It's not just the original cost of the property. So we have to look at all of these things, and even things like infrastructure that's around a property is going to depend on the affordability of it and so forth. So it's not just acquiring that property to begin with, it's being able to continue to live there and afford it. So a lot of things that we do impact it. It's not just that original cost, and we have to put all of that into this formula.
You know, and that, if I can just say along the line too, you know, there's a couple other considerations. Number one, you know, are some of our zoning and regulations causing significant increases in costs that's being passed along? I think that's a critical thing. And the other thing I would bring up also is education of the public about what affordable housing is, workforce housing is, what it's not, you know, in terms of what we're trying to do. You know, there's a lot of misunderstanding, I think, you know, within the public in general about what this is and what we're trying to accomplish. So I think an education, you know, is going to be essential.
Okay.
Okay, Josh, Sabrina, and then Jen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I really like what I heard earlier from Councilman Berlucci when he was mentioning, you know, the various different types of people who need access to housing, who we're trying to serve. So your aging, you know, resident who wants to age in place is going to have different needs than your college student who is, you know, lucky enough to get their first job and want to move back home and not live with their parents, who might look different than our city employees or people who just are struggling and need low-income housing. So it would be nice to have kind of a set of solutions informed by our housing study and the recommendations that we receive, you know, that kind of address some of those needs based on the various constituencies that we have to serve. And from my understanding, and I think it was you, Councilmember Remick, or somebody else said that, you know, staff and others have had lots of plans, you know, at the ready to go. And, you know, affordable housing requires land, money, political will, and it seems like we have political will. So let's just let the people who are smarter than us, who've already figured this out, do their jobs.
Okay. Was it Sabrina and then Jen?
Mr. Mayor, if I could,
Yeah.
The discussion is fantastic. I want to make sure we capture actions or tangible outcomes. Am I feeding into what you wanted to say? So for you know, having a variety of solutions, let them run. Is the action council adopts a policy?
I would say let's let the process continue to play out. Let's hear the recommendations, what they entail, and then have a conversation about it. But I think we're in the right direction. We just have to have the courage to take the next step once we have the menu of options available to us to actually go ahead and do it.
So an action would be staff brings a menu of options to council for consideration.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Sabrina.
So I saw that we had a housing study, and we invested in this housing study, and they provided us with some options that this body just has to say, listen, this is what we should do. success would be implementing one or two or all viable options from a housing study that we invested in. So if we're going to invest in it, we should use the information and implement the recommendations as they pertain to, I guess, what we can do as a body, what's acceptable, you know, those sorts of things. But we have a study. We should implement it.
Great.
That's a good point, Sabrina. Okay, Jen?
No, my council colleagues have covered it. Thank you.
Boy, what a group. That's good. Yeah.
And I was just adding, we're preparing that legislative packet, and that may be an opportunity for our staff to craft something for increasing the tax abatement around this area
So,
for affordable housing.
yeah, so tax abatement.
Yes, increase.
To the,
So what we
to the
get.
state, the legislative package.
The legislative package to the state, because like we say, a lot of people just will say the NIMBY effect of not in my backyard, and it was very interesting to hear yesterday at the housing that some people are shocked to find out that where they live now, that they call middle and up, some of them cannot afford the affordable housing rent in reality. So that's the education component that is important for people to know.
So we've got some tangible actions, looking at property tax rates as a whole, as how it impacts affordability, looking at zoning regulations and if they are impacting affordability, staff bringing a menu of options to council, implementing recommendations from the housing study, and including tax abatement as part of the legislative package. Tangible actions, staff can move on.
I think another one that is on council's horizon is you could probably also add, and this is for council to actually discuss or concur with this, but we're currently, Ruthie, what's the thing we're working on? Updating the homeless study? The Community of One strategic plan for homelessness, and then this did fall in the bucket of affordable housing over there as well. So it could be that we bring the menu of options and recommendations that come from that study for council's consideration as one of the action items we can do within this period of time.
And that was Community of One?
Ruthie, speak up again.
So implement Community of One recommendations. Anything else on the affordable housing success factors? All right, our next one is budget. So with budget, you talked about the cost and maintaining fiscal responsibility, fiduciary role, citizen-focused budget, and different options related to how you approach the budget.
Yeah, Chris.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think it would be helpful if staff early on just gave us like a roadmap, starting maybe with, September through March of either available dates for workshops or just discussions outside of just our normal council business that we could just focus on whatever aspect of the budget it may be versus we just kind of go into it. It's not a lot of discussion outside of one-on-one. So just more opportunities to look at the budget.
So a roadmap, like a budget calendar, but also maybe starting earlier and having more opportunity for discussion?
Yes.
Along that line, what would be your thoughts about the feasibility of having town hall meetings specific to the budget in every district? I know we have a couple public meetings on it that are required.
So when are you thinking, after the budget's introduced, town hall meetings in every district?
Or maybe just get some input prior. I'm just throwing it out for discussion. You know, to find out maybe where some of the priorities are that we may not be aware of. At least get a temperature, you know, going into the process. Just a thought. Yeah. Yeah, Josh?
Mr. Mayor, you might be able to do some joint town halls with 2 districts at a time.
Okay.
That might cut it in half and bump the attendance, but, and then just give folks an opportunity for feedback.
Yeah, because I would say if you wanted to do town halls, we'd have to probably amend the council workshops on the budget, because that'll be a lot of burden to put on staff for them to hit the different districts and still do the cadence where we bring every department to council and brief council as well.
But once again, Patrick, would it be good even while the budget is being formulated, instead of, you know, but to get some input, you know, just to, basically not only for the budget, what are the needs of the individual districts, and you know, just to kind of solicit input, you know, just to find out what their priorities are per se. But even before we get into the final drafts of the budget. Thoughts, Barbara? Just throwing it out here for discussion.
I don't know how we prevent what happened during this last budget from happening again, but that's what we need to get started on now. I've never voted against the budget before, but I did. Maybe this fall, we need to have, I don't mean the 5-year forecast, but just sort of a 1-year forecast. What's it looking like for next year's budget in, say, November? What is the inflation factor? What does it look like the assessment increases are going to be? And if it's going to be like the past 2 years, we need to know fairly early. I know last year, as a part of our budget process, and maybe it just didn't happen early enough or something, but you know, we asked for, if we were going to cut the rate 1 cent, what would be some things that you would recommend cutting, and then 2 cents, 3 cents, 4 cents. And we did get that from our people, but we didn't even talk about it as possibilities. It just got adopted without it. But if it's going to look like the inflation factor and the assessments is going to cause tax increases, whether we increase the rate or not, we need to be thinking, and the public needs to be thinking, okay, if we're not going to have a big increase in our real estate tax, what is it we're going to have to be willing to do without? And there needs to be time to talk about that, because I don't think our people can stand the assessment increases for that last year and this year they've gotten. Even, well, last year we somewhat reduced the rate, but we let that accommodate the increase in the bond referendum, so that was a wash. This year, we left the rate where it was, even though we've got a great assessment increase, and that's going to hurt people bad. We can't do that 2 years in a row. And if it's going to happen again this next year, if we knew early enough, maybe we could talk about to people, well, what are you going to be willing to do without that you've been getting?
Yeah, Patrick?
Yeah. I would say we're quickly getting into the place where we're trying to solve the problem. I think just give us a direction and we'll figure out a way to do it. There are some complications because we don't know the assessment rate until the assessor is able to give it to us. I don't think the assessor is not able to give it to us until February. So we don't necessarily can bake that in, but we typically do address inflation in a rough acknowledgement of what we can guess for the assessment rate in a 5-year forecast. But I think just give us a direction, and then we'll try to figure out a way to get to a place where we can bring a little bit more input up front or clarity into the budget process.
If I could, before I get to Chris and Rosemary, you know, I think, you know, the discussion about at least, you know, getting out to the public early, and I don't want to say manage expectations, but talk about the realities of, we talk about what happens if we lower here, where do you recommend, you know, areas we can cut? And, you know, like Barbara said, have those discussions early on, because once again, this could be very helpful in shaping the priorities, and then also figure out what areas the public insist that we have, and other ones that they might be willing to give some wiggle room on. Okay, Chris, and then Rosemary, and then Sabrina.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One thing staff could do is start working now to get the school board to commit to maybe a working session prior to us communicating what we're going to do. I don't think we've had any joint sessions outside of school modernization. And then, Mr. Manager, you mentioned earlier that we were looking at kind of foregoing the funding or the formula, but I just remember one conversation and the vice mayor, said it would be nice because they're vacant as superintendent, but I never took a position that I was wanting to forego discussing that formula. So I don't know if we took a vote on that or if that was just what was decided, but ultimately, they have to continue to work. As Councilman Remick said, we have lots of issues, so that conversation is very important as it relates to the budget.
And just to clarify that one point, I think the prevailing thought we got from council was to approach the schools about extending the current school funding formula for another year. That's the prevailing thought that we got from council.
Oh, then, I'm sorry, Sabrina, then what?
So, just a couple of things. As Patrick said, we roll our budget out earlier than any other city in the region. And the problems is we don't get the numbers and all until late. And we don't get the assessments until February. We don't know what we're getting from the states. The state still hasn't passed all this budget this year. And then schools. In schools, we used to have more of a parity relationship with them. So if we gave a 3% raise, they gave a 3% raise. That way, all the employees, we were on the same playing field. But of course, that didn't happen this year. And I think we did the right thing because we went on their market survey that they did, and really they needed the extra money to keep teachers and to attract new teachers and bus drivers and cafeteria workers and all of that. But it does get really complicated because we don't get these numbers until really late. One of the things that we've done in the past, and I think Barbara will agree that this was a good idea, was we used to do a roundtable discussion before the retreat. And every council member would have a table, and every council member would invite maybe 10 people from the public. And before we went into the retreat, we would hear from these folks. And it was also open. People could show up and come anyway. They didn't have to have an invitation. But that was really helpful going into the retreat to hear what was on the minds of citizens. And maybe we can do the same thing with a retreat or with the budget or both. So that's another way of listening to the public. But the schools are a major 47% of our budget, so it's a major part. I wish we all could do it earlier. So, and when do you start working on the budget, Patrick? In September, October?
September is when we put out preliminary targets, and then in October, November timeframe, that's when we do the 5-year forecast, the joint session between the schools and the council to have a discussion about the budget, and that's where we talk about inflation, what we're seeing in the CPI, and that's where we kind of give our preliminary glimpse of where we want to go in terms of what we're seeing from the information we have, and that's where we usually solicit guidance from council as it relates to, all right, this is where Kevin and I are projecting to go, and schools also indicates this is where they're looking to prioritize, and that's usually when we try to get feedback in that October, November timeframe from council, so that when we go to prepare the budget that we present to you all in March, February, end of February, March timeframe, we use that feedback to help us kind of craft a budget. Yeah.
So these round.
Don't we have a mandatory? I'm sorry. Don't we have a mandatory time that we have to vote on it by?
Yes.
That we have a closed window on it.
May 15th.
Yeah.
So these roundtables, we could do them before the retreat community conversations. I tell you, they were really helpful, and sometimes we invited the members of the boards and commissions, or with everybody having districts, you might want to have people from your district come out. Would you be interested in doing that prior to our retreat next winter?
I would say if council's interested in giving us budget feedback, it'll probably need to happen prior to the February retreat, because the budget is basically 2 weeks away. So it would be something that if council's interested, they can do it
Early January, maybe.
or before the 5-year forecast or after the 5-year forecast. It may make sense after the 5-year forecast, because then you'll already have a general sense of what we're saying in terms of what we're seeing from CPI, inflation, and what we're going to tell you in terms of targets, right? So then you'll have some information and probably even documentation that you can then take to a public input town hall for the public to react to say, hey, the budget director and the manager and the schools are proposing to go in this direction. What's your general thoughts on that? And then after that, you can give us feedback, and it could also respond to some kind of public input survey system to give us some feedback as we get ready to prepare the budget.
And we used to have exercises like, here's $1 bill, that's your budget, and how would you divide it up? And what would you cut? I mean, cuts are hard. Nobody wants to talk about, you say we want to have cuts, but nobody wants to identify what those cuts are. And cuts are real things. So that's some of the things that you have to come to grips with. What is it that you really want to cut out? So maybe we can work on that, and thank you so much.
And and last thing, the 5-year forecast is really the time for council to tell us that. Like when we're in November, when we're bringing to you all where it is we want to go. If council doesn't want us to take those assessment growth increases, that's the good time for us to know that, because by that time, we're already baking it into the budget. And if we know that up front, then we know what we can tell the departments in terms of reductions to services and cuts that we need to make, so that we give you all something that y'all are expecting. Versus, because I agree, we did give you an exercise of 1 to 5 cents, what it looked like the cut, but it wasn't enough time for you all to go through it. And then schools they didn't feel like it was too much time. It wasn't enough time for them to partake of it as well, so they didn't really give a response to that exercise.
Okay, then we got Sabrina, Worth, Chris, and Barb.
So I just wanted to make a note. I remember some priorities from the citizens from last time, and sometimes we hear the same things and they're not addressed. And so we can revisit some of those things. I certainly have written some of those things down, but I think it's important, along with having that engagement, that you also remember what was already stated last time and revisit that. Also, in terms of our spending, like there are ways you can address. We look at where we spend. What are the patterns that we spend? Where has money been going for maybe the last 10, 20 years? Okay, let's review that. Should that money still be going to those areas? Should they be redirected? We now have 10 districts. How do we best support members in their districts? And so you have to consider that, with a new district system, at some point, you have to consider how those representatives have to fund certain priorities in the districts where they serve, where those priorities are coming from the residents.
So one thing I'd like to add, it's in council policies and processes that one of my priorities, but I think it's very appropriate to the budget, because it's what I'm asking for. We can do this before February, and that's a comprehensive review of 2023 festivals and use of city funds and TIP funds for 2023. We don't have to wait until February. We can do that hopefully this fall, once we get some numbers back on ticket sales and heads and beds and hotels and meals taxes, et cetera. Thank you.
If we were going to do community conversations, I would suggest mid-November, before you get into the holidays, and then that would be plenty of time before the retreat, which would probably be in January, and that would come right at the time of the 5-year forecast. So I think if we go ahead and start planning that now, And then that would be after people get the real estate tax bill, because so they'll know what the real estate tax is going to be for this coming year and whether or not they can stand anymore. So I think mid-November is when we need to plan for that conversation. But a lot of these facts that we've been talking about here we'll be able to get that feedback at that time. So if we can start planning that, we'll be ready to go.
And I think, another point is that what we can do almost immediately is have that discussion on, how we're going to handle outside groups coming in and, requesting money for us. Maybe, put up some guidelines for that, some accountability into it, and things of that nature, prior to us even talking about the budget, to make sure that we are all on the same path, to give, certainly things are going to pop up from time to time. And once again, we have a system where council people can request things to be put on the agenda, which does require a discussion and a vote. But that being said, if we can come up with a clear policy, that we could agree with about how we fund things, but not only that, but to hold these organizations accountable to do what they said they're going to do. Michael?
Mayor, I absolutely agree with you about the need to sort of make sure there's accountability and a standardization around participation. But I continue to feel this conversation is misplaced. And that's because these are it's not charitable organizations. These are nonprofit organizations that provide critical services that Virginia Beach families rely upon. And what frustrates me most about the tone and tenor of this dialogue about process and nonprofit public service organizations is that they work in partnership with the city agencies and the community to make life better in our community. And so to put all of them, to even contemplate putting all of them in a box or in a process or something that happens once a year like the budget process, ignores the deviation from process that we make, that council members readily participate in for economic development. Why shouldn't we, if we're going to do it for one group of outside agencies or corporations, why wouldn't we send all our economic development projects to the budget process? I just think we need to really, I don't object to looking at it, but I think if we're really going to look at it, we need to be fair, and we need to be honest, and we need to make sure that we're treating these emerging organizations that serve people that we serve with the same dignity, respect, and consideration that we treat big companies and big business.
Michael, I agree with you 100%, but once again, I think what we're looking for here is that, we just don't have, it just pops up on the radar vote and that's it. In other words, let's have a good, like you're saying, have a good cause. If you have a true agency that demonstrates an immediate need that would have a tremendous positive impact, if we build in criteria, but once again, we just don't want to have the habit that anybody that can just come up and say, okay, we need some money, but justify it and then hold them to a degree accountable for that. But once again, we don't want to slight anybody, and the intention is not to deny any council member or group of council members the opportunity to bring it forward for a discussion. But once again, to just make sure that we have certain checklists that go into it, so we do have some consistency. But I agree with you 100%. Okay.
So, Mr. Mayor, I'll kind of summarize the budget discussion as I heard it. The council is interested in staff bringing forward more options to discuss the budget earlier with community participation, with input from council earlier on their sense of what the tax rate should be earlier, and in addition have a comprehensive review of festivals. But most of the discussion was about the process having more citizen and council involvement earlier.
Yep. Okay.
And so staff will come back with some proposal related to that.
Okay. Are we comfortable with that? Okay.
This isn't next in terms of the number of dots, but because you were talking about council policies and processes, part of what you originally had talked about was that review of festivals. You also talked about the review of the nonprofit funding and a legislative agenda. I just feel like the conversation should flow into this one now rather than just sticking to my original order. So we've already talked about the overall process and the review of festivals. I think another action I've already heard was you want a review of the grant process.
Barbara?
Right. I asked that we have a briefing from the COG committee so that everybody knows what their process is and how they work and what they measure. And I think they changed it to go with our budget, so they should be hearing those now. And so I think we need to see what the process already is before we decide what we need to change about it. So if we could arrange to have that group come in as soon as possible, I think that would be good.
Michael?
Except COG isn't the only process. So it would be an incomplete report and discussion. We also have the Arts and Humanities Commission. We also have the city grants that are handed out through agencies like Human Services directly. So I wholeheartly disagree. It's not only COG. It's COG, it's Art and Humanities, it's Economic Development. Let's talk about every grant the city hands out in totality through the budget process. If we're going to talk about one method and methodology, we need to talk about all of them. And I wholeheartedly share Councilmember Henley's desire to understand the process, but we would not be able to understand the process simply through a report from COG.
I think we should take a look at the whole picture. Okay.
So I'm hearing something here. I just want to make sure we have the correct number of people who are sponsoring this, or if the mayor is sponsoring it. So council wants a total look on all the different ways that entities receive grants specifically from the city. And does it have to be the different commissions that come forward to present, or can it be something that the budget staff or the appropriate staff works on a presentation to give council a full look of all the grants that we get, regional grants and also COG and Arts and Humanities?
I think staff would be appropriate to, gather all the data and, present it to us instead of the individual piece come up. And that way we can we can almost do a SWOT analysis on, what goes on by what we see. So do we agree that staff, would collect the data from each entity, compile it, analyze it, and bring it to us? Would that be okay? Yes, Barbara?
Well, I'm just thinking about that page in the budget that's called the non-departmental, and I think that's what we're looking at, essentially. So it's what those, of course, some of those are regional agencies, but these non-departmental funding things is, I think, what we're talking about.
So that's kind of what I'm thinking. What I'm thinking is staff will go over the COG process, the Arts and Humanities process, those regional grants that are in that non-departmental, and how long they've been with the city, how they got started, and then also if there's any other grant making that goes on in any other city department, we'll get a sense of what that is and bring that to council as well.
Well, I hope we don't get into like the EDIP, because that's a whole different thing. Unless we do. Of course, each thing has got its own revenue source, like EDIP, a cigarette tax, because that's what we have passed a lot of the taxes for, is to cover certain of these things. So I guess you can maybe give us an interim report of what you see out there, and then we can decide which ones we do want to hear from. But it can get pretty complicated if we go.
Exactly. Okay, Josh and then Amelia.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, and Councilwoman Henley, I was just going to make that point. Is that sounds to me like a pretty Herculean undertaking, and I want to make sure we're all respectful to your folks and workloads. We got a lot of other stuff up there, and I'm sure that list is going to keep growing. So I'm 100%. Somebody who understands the importance of being a good steward for the taxpayers' money, but we also need to be guarding against time and resources of staff. The other point I would make, and I know we talked briefly earlier, I can't remember if it was Councilwoman Ross Hammond or the Vice Mayor brought up the legislative agenda, having a policy around that. It would be nice to have something other than 6 votes to get something on a legislative agenda so that we can make sure we're all coming at from a united front. And it would be even greater to keep partisan issues out of the legislative agenda. But that's all I got there.
Okay, Amelia?
And I agree with what you said, Councilman Schulman, because that is important on that. If we show like supermajority on something, then a 6-5, it carries more weight. So on that is important. Regarding the different forms of grants, again, I'm in agreement with Councilman Belushi because there seems to be some mix-up. Sometimes things go through the arts and humanities and completely vetted. People who sometimes are new do not realize this has been through here, this has been through this, and then speak out of place. So having that complete review of all of those will bring light, enlighten those who don't know. The next thing is that not only do you include staff, but have some representative from each of those areas there, you know, to answer questions like the executive director from Arts and Humanities, whoever's doing the COG, and so they can bring light, you know, for when we do this. Yeah, it's a big task.
Okay, Jen, and then Michael.
Thank you, Mayor. Something that's come up at least a handful of times among us is the process for the TIP fund. So I'd like a review of what kinds of things or projects have been funded and what do we want to do with the fund. So is it something that's central to Oceanfront Resort? Does it come out into the other districts, and what does that look like to request money from it or to spend money from it, and in what ways and in what areas is something I'd like to see.
And I think, excuse me one second, I think with Worth's request for an analysis of, you know, the funding mechanism, the economic impact, positive or negative on the events we have, part of that will bring up, but we can be specific to that too. Barbara?
Sorry.
Well, I think it's important to know what the TIP fund is and why it was created, because those taxes were all, I mean, most of them were developed specifically for that fund. But there was a wonderful audit done in about, 2017 of the TIP fund. I was rereading that this week, and everybody needs to see that because you looked at all of their expenditures, and I think they came out totally clean. But I'm not sure it would get that way now because I think we've been dipping into it for other uses. And so if we were using the TIP fund the way it was created, it would be one thing, but we're making it something else. And I think we have to go back to why those taxes were put on there, like that $1 a room night, and now it's $2 a room night. And the hotel people agreed last year to let that not sunset. So it was done for tourism investment. That's the whole reason for it. And I think it was a combination. When it became the TIP fund, it combined the TGIF fund and the what do we call it? Not TAP, but those major projects, that major project fund that we created back in 2001 to build the convention center and the Sandler Center. So you have to know the history of these things, how those taxes got there to start with, and what they've been used for up to this point. We're deviating, and we really need to get the background, or we need to do away with those taxes and start over.
Michael?
Mayor, I want to make sure that I'm exceedingly clear about something. When we have this presentation, anything short of a complete, thorough, and comprehensive discussion of all grant-making sources, activities, and revenue sources would present would present a biased and unfair view of the process. I respect what you said, Councilman Schulman, about the staff work involved, but if we're going to have this process, if we're going to have this discussion and possibly create a process, we need to understand what we're creating. There are multitude of manner in which the city presents grant opportunities to the community and to the region at large. And part of what appears to me that part of the frustration around this is that increasingly diverse groups of people and constituencies are having access to the same resources that other people have had access to for decades, and that appears to be a tension point for some. And what my point is, this is a paltry sum in comparison to the overall scope of grant making activity that happens within the city, and that's what this presentation should really reveal. That's what we should talk about, the grants to businesses. We should talk about the grants to so-called economic activities at the oceanfront, which I support. But all of this tension over participation of a few more people is incredibly frustrating and disappointing to me, and I'm sure to the people who I serve and work with and collaborate in the community. And I want to make sure any discussion is totally comprehensive.
Yeah, Michael, let me say this. You know, I think over the last couple of years, we've experienced some extraordinary times. With COVID for 2 years, followed by really, significant inflation. And it was during the COVID, Mr. Dehaney, I hope you bear me out, but we were giving a lot of grants away to a lot of people with CARES Act and meals tax and stuff like that. So there was a definitive need at that point. But I'll concur, but here's the point, and I know it might be labor intensive this year, but if we can come up with the template for future budgets, that, once again, if we can put a more user-friendly to the council process in line, it would be a one-time, thing that it would be, the way I look at it is a one-time exercise. But then, once again, if it's the council's desire to get a smoother process, we can do it that way. Okay? Worth?
Thank you. So to follow on the conversation with Councilwoman Rouse and Councilwoman Henley about the TIP fund. So it is very important, especially now, as I said earlier this morning about the 10-1 system. The TIP fund is not for District 6. It's for the entire city, the betterment and improvement of the entire city. And so the amphitheater, the Sandler Center, other projects around the city were funded mostly by or helped immensely by the TIP fund. And so this past year, the TIP fund also helped other parts of the city. But I would like, I think we're all asking for around this table, a comprehensive review of the TIP fund, where it's going, their original purpose, because it's a large sum of money and it needs to be spread out because, again, it cannot come solely to District 6. Right, District 1?
Yep. And that would help everybody in the city understand it too. Okay, Chris?
Thank you. As liaison with Worth to the RAC, it's just an important conversation, especially when I hear Councilwoman Rouse with her question, because I think there's some confusion, and that's why this is labeled council policies and processes, not advisory boards. We should be directing and giving direction. We should take advice and take advisory, but ultimately it's our decision what we do with these funds. Ultimately, there's thousands, hundreds of small businesses outside of the resort area that are paying into this fund. And to Michael's point, we now have the most diverse city council ever elected in this city. So if you're uncomfortable with other cultural events wanting to come to the city, that's just a reality of electing a diverse group of individuals that reach out to different stakeholders. More important for me, in reading reports that come to us, we have to be responsible to work with staff. There's an economic and fiscal impact report that was delivered on November 22nd, 2022 on an oceanfront series. And I'm not sure how many people read that, but we have to get to a place, and I would expect from staff, I personally don't want to wait 3 or 4 months to get data back. I mean, something in the water happened in April. Mr. City Manager, I'm not sure if we have the numbers yet, but I can tell you on an event that took place last year, for every $1 that the city spent and we used tip money, we only got 34 cents back. How many people have read that report? It's the economic and fiscal impact of the Odyssey Oceanfront Concert Series, held in conjunction with the 60th Annual East Coast Surfing Championship. And so what is ROI to stakeholders at the oceanfront? It's rooms, beds and heads and beds, restaurant expenses. To District 1, it may be getting another park. To District 8, it may be a pickleball court from resources from the TIP fund that the most affluent district is paying through their small businesses. So we have to have a discussion around what is ROI, because spending $1 to get 35 cents back because it puts some heads in beds is not a good ROI.
Barbara?
Well, TIP stands for Tourism Investment Program. I mean, that's the whole purpose of the TIP fund, is investing in tourism. So it might be that we want to just abolish that and come up with a citywide thing. Because I think the hoteliers are not going to be as willing to put a $2 additional tax on every night if they're not getting the benefit. So if we want to change this fund to be a citywide program, we need to start all over again, because it's got a whole different purpose. So I think we better go back and look at what created it, why it was created. I think I've got a lot of that data you might be interested in just by keeping my files, and see, because it might be that we want to abolish that and come up with a whole new program that collects money from all over the city, not just from the tourist.
Okay. Yeah, at this point, I think we have enough thing on this particular issue. I thought it was very well discussed and a lot of stuff brought out. Does anybody mind at this point going forward? Okay.
And Mr. Mayor, we're past due for a break, so I was going to suggest we take a break.
District 1 definitely needs.
So we'll take a 15-minute break. I'll put it on here. You all are efficient at coming back from break. I'm impressed. Normally you have to call people many times, but I do have a good mic.
We get a lot of practice during executive sessions.
Very good. All right, so we're going to keep working our way through the potential priorities. I think our next one on the list would be flooding and stormwater. And remember, our goal is really getting at outcomes that you want to see, what's actionable for the staff to take, or what can staff do. Some of these, we've had a lot of discussion, and it's important. Some of these might be easier to go through because you've talked about it a lot already.
And before I get to Michael, I don't know, but I kind of feel that this is a work in progress. I think, Michael and I went to the dedication at Bow Creek, and I think Worth was there. We're actually seeing the projects out there. This is a very ongoing, proactive initiative. This was been a priority for a couple, ever since Hurricane Matthew about 5 years ago. And we are seeing now the tangible results, with the money for the referendum. The challenge is that Patrick said that, the $500 million plus figure is now obsolete. It was closer to $900 million to do the same projects. That's the barrier to success on this. Michael?
Mayor, I just think you just hit the nail on the head, and I thank you for doing it, because that's just pretty much what I was going to share. Not only about just a brief history, this project is really the culmination of lots of neighborhood and citizen advocacy. It's the culminating plan for the people who were impacted by recurrent flooding, or really across the city, advocating for specific projects and for specific outcomes that the city professionals design projects around to achieve. And what I think their expectation is, at least what's conveyed to me, is that they want a few things. They want us to stand true to our commitment to support this flood control project and program. They want to see the project remain on time. And if there's any deviation from those things, they want us to be clear and transparent about it. That's what I think the expectation is from the community, and that's really summarizes my perspectives on it. We need to stay on time, on budget to the greatest extent possible. If we can't stay on budget, we need to communicate that clearly so that citizens understand what they can expect moving forward.
Good. Chris?
So I didn't have a lot for this, but I know it's definitely a priority. I guess in District 8, surrounded by water and lots of projects coming up, in talking with residents, citizens, as it relates to the stormwater bonds and the ordinance, I'm just going to read a portion of it, and it's really about keeping our word if we can. But this is from the stormwater bond ordinance. An amendment to the city's comprehensive land use plan that will recommend denial for any project or development that generates a net increase in water discharge demand in any watershed or in any drainage system in watershed over the capacity of the net of margin to meet the modeled discharge baseline of the drainage system at build out, and further requiring the planning department to recommend denial of any submission that does not conform to the former. And so I know economic development's important. I know we're hearing a ton about land use. We had the Brad Martin and what's the name of the PISC that came back before us. So I think it's just going to be important that as we are trying to juggle development, loosening it up a little bit so they don't have so much financial burden, that we do still keep our word as it relates to some of the major components for the stormwater bond ordinance. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, anybody else? You know, like I said, I think this topic, it has been a successful work in progress. Yep, Josh?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In light of some of these large increases that we've experienced, not just with the bond referendum projects, but also our road projects, and in light of a lot of the other priorities that we've been discussing and have identified as community needs and wants, it would be nice, and I know we talked about budget already, but as we think about what we want to do next, it would be nice for staff to articulate to us what the consequences of us taking one or more actions in some of these bigger projects that we're talking about, like Alita, like I'm just throwing this up at the wall, like aquarium, school rebuilds, things like that, where it would be nice for us, especially as new council people, to know, okay, well, what kind of impact does that have on your ability to do other things? I would just throw that out there as food for thought. And as far as the language and the resolution that was just read, and some folks who were on council prior to my arrival might be able to lend some clarity here, but I believe there was some confusion around what that language actually meant. And I think it was well-intentioned language, but I don't know that I remember hearing that language was properly vetted before it came to the body. And my understanding may be incorrect in that regard, but I wanted to throw that out there and maybe get some clarification from the members who were on the body beforehand.
Okay. Basically, I had some problems. A few other folks did, but that was a process that should have been looked more detailed. The intent was good, but the outcome, and I think that's something we just might. Let me put it this way: we don't want to do anything that I feel is detrimental to the intent of that and controlling things, but if we can improve it without while still observing the intent of what's going on, I think that's critical. Okay, Amelia.
I was just saying to make sure for action that we adhere to the regulations, compliance for this.
Adhere to regulations.
And
Yeah, so we've captured in this category, you want to implement your bond program on time and on budget. You want transparency if you can't deliver on time, on budget. And also understanding the cons or the impact of other projects on debt capacity and ensuring that we're adhering to regulations and compliance. So I think, as you've been saying, you've talked about this a lot, so this feels like you know what you want to keep doing. And we'll go to the next one if you're ready.
Okay, Barbara.
I'm sorry, I was deviated by some information that just went out to my district that I had to check on, and so I might have missed something. I think the thing is, you know, this was a referendum, and we got an overwhelming support. I think primarily because the council at that time had made some very firm commitments about what we were going to do. And so it's not just a matter of delivering those projects, it's on delivering on our promise. And I think the whole thing will reflect on the council as to whether or not people can have confidence in what we've told them. And so I think that's the significance of that resolution, because I think that resolution is what sold that referendum to the overwhelming majority that it got. And so I think it's not only a test of the projects, but it's a test of council. And so now this council has to carry out, you know, after all, the city is a council, is a continuing body. So this group of people are the council now, and so that's what's coming back, I think. It's, and I think our people are watching us very closely on this.
Can I
Yes.
ask our city manager, just for clarity, most of that flooding and so forth money are already committed?
The bond referendum money is committed to the 21 projects that was identified in that bond referendum. Yeah, but as the mayor mentioned, what we're seeing now from a projectionary standpoint is going to be more than the 567 in order to accomplish those projects. Right. But right now, it's already committed to those projects to meet the timelines adopted by the referendum language.
Okay, because some think that there's still money out there, but it is committed. Thank you.
Yep.
Barbara.
Well, it's not only the projects in the bond referendum, but one of the things that we committed to was that we were going to be, because some of those had already been in the CIP, that we were going to take that available funding and increase our maintenance. And we have been increasing our maintenance quite a lot, but that was also partly because we got that good lump sum of money from the American Rescue Plan that we were able to use for stormwater maintenance. And so we have been doing a lot of things in addition to the bond referendum projects because of flooding maintenance. But then the good Lord's also given us a grace period in not having a lot of flooding. So we haven't tested all of that, and we don't want to test it. But I think it's all not only the projects, but it's also what we're doing with our maintenance. And it's all a part of this whole flooding question.
Yep. And I think to also clarify as well, as we previously communicated to the council and the public, when council and the public voted for that bond referendum, that was before all this great inflation that we've been seeing. So what was $1 then doesn't buy as much operations and maintenance and repair and CIP project as it did when the public voted for it. So that's why we're seeing that increase from 567 to something dramatically different than that, probably a couple $100 million more than that. And it's the same thing going with the maintenance and repair work, is that the dollar doesn't buy as much. So some of those things, with full transparency, would have to communicate to see if we could meet those same requirements, and we're working towards getting that information to the council so they can make a future policy decision or funding decision if necessary.
Okay. All right, great discussion. Arts and culture. Michael, arts and culture. Amelia, arts and culture.
What would your desired outcome action items be for?
Well, one of the action items is for us to begin to look at a lot of our culture and arts. It's not about making money. We're about sharing and exposing experiences to our community and visitors. But they have to still go ahead for the operational funding as well as keeping the facilities, and that costs. So we need to try to look at dedicated funding, just like we did dedicated funding over the years for transportation. that will apply to our culture arts. Because that is expansive, including things that happen with Parks and Rec. I went to our park after dark, and they had the young people coloring and doing finger paintings. So we need some dedicated funding for this. And to the increase, when I first came on council in December 2012, the money was quite little. So we had coffee and conversation with the then mayor to increase X amount per capita, because where we started and how many people we have, same thing has happened. And we can't just keep that static. We must move forward and increase with our population and the diversity that we have.
Michael.
Thank you. I wanted to make sure that our professional musician and educator in the arts had an opportunity to share her reflections. She definitely has a lot of experience and wisdom to share in this area. I also think that a successful outcome would be greater distribution and expanded access to the arts. Often, sometimes people think about the arts as something that's elite or inaccessible, but actually it's a great community connector, and it's a great way for people to understand each other, neighbors, getting to know their neighbors better. So I'd like to see enhanced distribution throughout neighborhoods and making sure that public art is evenly distributed throughout the city and can be enjoyed by all. I think we do need to look at the type of operational support, whether it's investment or whether it's organizational and administrative support. Perhaps it's enhanced partnerships within city spaces, as we have seen. I think it also really needs to look at optimizing private philanthropy to unlock greater potential. The MoCA is a great example of already $25 million in capital support donated or committed by very generous philanthropists. And so how can the city partner with an initiative like that to provide greater access? And then I think it should also look at educational partnerships.
Okay, Chris?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One thing that's come up this year, again, I'll continue to say it because it is history, but we do now have the most diverse city council that we've had in this city, and that's important. In looking at different festivals, I won't call them out specifically, but I'd like to see equitable access to the city staff. And so if we have one event that comes forth, I don't think it should matter on the relationship you have with a department or staff, but if we offer media buy for one, we should offer it for the other, because that's where you start getting the division and that tension. And so that also lends credibility to the process. And so if you have someone approach our city and they want to do a jerk chicken festival. We have a lot of Caribbean people that live here. Patrick. Do they have access to CVB? Do they know where to go to, look at our advertising dollars, or are they just kind of forced to figure it out? Because what's going to happen is as we have more groups that come to our city, not everyone has an MBA, not everyone's astute in terms of knowing how to navigate the government. And so I think equitable access to city staff will be extremely important. Thank you.
Yeah, Barbara.
Well, along those lines, and in talking about festivals and so forth, was it a year or two ago that we stopped charging for our city in-kind services to these groups? Because we had been charging for security and those kinds of things that the city supplied, right? We've been charging.
I think it was in the 21-22 budget when council passed that in reconciliation, or as part of the budget process, that for projects funded through the TIP, that those costs certain costs were waived.
But all of these events are going to take a lot of city service. So now they are expecting all of these city services plus a money grant. That's getting pretty expensive. I think there has to be, since things have changed, I think we have to adapt to whatever this change is, but there has to be a purpose. And it has to be, I mean, if you're going to allow city services, and security is a big one, which costs, what's the dollar figure with that, plus the use of city property, then there's got to be a public benefit. And I think we need to kind of, maybe we need to reevaluate our requirements. And I think we need to maybe have some amount figure for how much does it cost the city if there's a weekend event? How much does it cost us and all of the things that we have to supply? Because that's pretty heavy. And if there has to be a return, or why are we doing this? So I think there needs to be a reevaluation of the change. Because, you know, we are providing, we're not charging these fees anymore, but I worry about the security aspect of all of this, because all it takes is one event that goes wrong and we're in the front page of every newspaper in the country. So we have to really take these things seriously. So I think we need a reevaluation and a structuring of what's required if we're going to change our basis.
And if I could just follow up, Patrick, you know, I think one of the things, if you know, this conversation will be coming forward once we get the impact analysis on all of the events that are out there. So we could neither do a cost-benefit analysis, SWOT analysis, and, you know, we can answer a lot of those questions. But the one thing, you know, I can say that has been a significant improvement over the last year or two has been the safety at the ocean front. I mean, you know, the numbers are way down. I think it was helpful, District 1, for the sheriffs to help out down there on the weekends and everything. And, you know, since that's been kind of happening, you know, the beach is now a safe place for many people to go. The one establishment that was problematic, we bought it and turned it into a substation. But once again, I think this conversation would be, you know, once we get the data, you know, we can have a meaningful conversation. Yeah, Jess and then Josh. Jen? Oh, good, yeah.
That's all right. I know what you're talking about.
It's a long day for somebody with ADHD here.
Yeah, no, it's fine. Thank you, Mayor. I don't know how to frame it as an action step for staff, but listening to the conversation so far, I'm curious about culture, arts, and small businesses and commerce. And I was talking with Josh about the Vibe District as a template, but how can we make spaces in other shopping centers or other whatever corridors or strategic growth areas or whatever, that something creative and cool and artsy can bring people to that place, and while they're there, they can also support the businesses that are around there. But how can we sort of leverage art and culture and cool things and viral, Instagrammable, Snapchatty kind of things, so to drive people to a place in support of the small businesses and other resources that are there? I don't know what the direction is, but I like to explore that.
Yeah, so we've got use art and culture to impact small businesses and commerce as the action step is to come up with ideas for how to do that.
Could I respond to Jen? Or Jess? No, I think there's, you sort of look outside of where we are, there's some areas where some towns and cities have done some really cool things. For example, Lancaster, Pennsylvania has gotten pianos and had artists paint them, and you have to put them where there's covering, where people can just go up and start playing the piano, and they call them keys across the city. you know, and it's sort of like a gathering spot where people can come together and somebody starts playing the piano and people just are attracted. I think Portland and Seattle have created some cool things, and so I think if you just kind of, we can just kind of look across this country and, you know, when you copy, it's the best form of flattery, right? And so see what some of the other, you know, cities and towns are doing. And a lot of them don't have to be expensive.
That's the point, yeah, that these can be low cost but really impactful. If
Yeah.
there are pianos involved, I have a purple piano book that I'm happy to bring out and play some chords. And very elementary.
So I mean, you know, like a lot of times people want to get rid of a piano, you know. So there's just some different things that can make it and make them gathering places and just be creative about it.
Okay. Josh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was actually going to chime in and put in a plug for placemaking and public art, and I'm glad to hear my colleagues who have done so. And I think that at least the comprehensive plan meetings, the one or two that I've attended, just the prelim meetings, I've heard a lot about creating nodes and hubs of activity around our city, and those would be good opportunities, you know, for showcasing public art and placemaking initiatives. I know we had I don't know if her title was in fact this, but I think she was a public art and placemaking coordinator, and Nina Goodale, who is in part responsible for some of the things that we've come to enjoy and see. So I just wanted to throw that out there as something that is something that attracts young people and grows a vibrant sense of community and space. So agree with everything that's been said.
Amelia.
I just wanted to piggyback to do with what Councilwoman Rouse said. It's business as well as art, and that's how the vibe started. They had Runnymede and other businesses lifting them up. So maybe businesses in your area can be the people to put that seed amount to help, and then you can advertise their names on your flyers as people join together. One other action step on this is our third tool, which is the military. We need to reach out to that population for our culture and art, because there are a lot of the children involved there, and the community, the parents, the mothers waiting, so forth. We need to reach out to our bases because they are our third economic engine.
Okay, anybody else? Okay.
All right. So I'm just going to recap real quick. You know, explore a special fund for cultural experiences, expand options and distribution among the whole community, have equitable access to city staff on events, look at city policy for in-kind benefits, use art and culture to impact small businesses with placemaking and public art, and tap into the military population.
Okay.
So our next one is public health, mental and physical health. Mayor, you want to start us on this one?
Oh, yeah. You know, that was, I guess, my blue dot up there. You know, once again, you know, a community defines itself on how it helps people in need. And, you know, I know Michael has been a true champion for mental health. But once again, you know, a lot of the you know, problems that we have in society these days are due to mental health. COVID didn't help. When we were speaking to the governor about opening the beaches, you know, we talked about the COVID itself and protecting the vulnerable, but we also talked about suicide, depression, alcohol, drug abuse, domestic abuse. And the COVID probably exacerbated a lot of this. And, you know, it disrupted families and it disrupted communities. And I just personally think that, this was identified in a focus group that Dr. Ross Hammond helped on as one of the main problems that we have in Virginia Beach. Right now, if somebody's in crisis, it could take them a couple weeks to get an appointment if they're in crisis today, and that's unacceptable. And then the other thing is also with physical health, whether it be cancer awareness, and another byproduct of COVID is things like child obesity, diabetes, heart problems because people became sedentary. We have a reputation also of being a healthy city. People walk around Lake Christopher all the time. People walk on the boardwalk and things of that nature. But I think it's something we can do more. And Michael, if you'd like to jump on the mental health part, I would appreciate it.
I would, Mayor. Thank you. And Mayor, I just want to thank you for your efforts to raise awareness and connect people with the resources they need. I think to put this, there's a mental health crisis in America. And anyone around this table, anyone in the room, really everyone in the community can identify that. Just ask Councilmember Holcomb, who manages and his colleagues manage the largest mental health hospital in the Commonwealth. So we want to avoid people from having the types of encounters that they end up with Mr. Holcomb. We want to make sure that we have, so I think success looks like we expand access to resources, and that we also really invest a proactive effort to reduce the stigma associated with having conversations about mental and behavioral health, and also seeking treatment. We need to have better processes by which we can affect mental health in children and students and in the school division, so because corrective action is easier when people are young. And any mental health advocate will tell you that we're also in need, and this may go with the affordable housing strategy, but permanent supportive housing for people who live with mental illness. Because without housing, it's very challenging to pursue any of the other avenues for mental health. And those are just a few. We have, Director Smith here from Human Services, and I'm sure that she has a lot of ideas about how to improve this landscape. And I think, frankly, we need just a generalized briefing about the state of mental health and behavioral health in Virginia Beach. And, if she had a magic wand, I'd be curious to know what she would, what policies and procedures and investments she would make to reduce the impact of this problem in our community.
Thank you, Michael. Amelia.
I would like to say also with the mental, we've got to look at the safety, that whole division, because a lot of times the police are called for mental, the sheriff's office call. You also need somebody who understands the process to be with them. Do we have enough staff in that area to work alongside that police or that sheriff who goes out to mitigate the situation? So we may need to increase that area. And Councilman Belushi mentioned about the youth. This is where we have some of these youth that has these problems. We've seen it in other cities. So mental health, is serious. And it can impact even the teachers in the classroom. Do they have adequate staff to address that need? So that's an action item, looking at if we have adequate personnel from the police, the safety area, as well as education to address what we're seeing. And also another part of mental health that I've heard is our environmental situations. Some feel they are exposed to certain environmental situations near homes or near where they are, or whether near a waste management area, something that impacts those youth. So we need to kind of look at all of that. How can we slow down this process that is in almost every community, every neighborhood, and across generation? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else? Yeah, I think, yeah, this should be a priority.
All right. Your next one was Rudy Loop. I know you talked about that a lot. Is there more to say today?
I think we got the direction, and we should be good on that.
Yeah, staff is saying, what would you expect to see in 24 months?
Well, yeah, I guess hire the consultant, correct, Rosemary?
Well, hopefully more than that, 24 months.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, that's the first step.
Yeah,
Right
I'm good
now-
on, I'm good
You're-
on this.
Okay,
Yeah,
staff is feeling good?
Yep, in 24 months, we probably, maybe luckily, if Michael does his job right, we'll be breaking ground, right?
Yes.
I think that was a hint, Michael.
All right, I'm going to put this here, so it's on here, but it doesn't need its own space. Parks and Recreation. So in 24 months, what would be actionable outcomes you're wanting to see in Parks and Recreation? Yeah, some of the things that you had talked about there, some amenities like the VB Trail, which I'm going to crawl on the floor. Let's see. The VB Trail, recreational maintenance, addressing underdeveloped parks, recreation centers, upgrade neighborhood parks. Yeah, those were some of the comments that you all had. What would you hope to see in 24
Josh?
months?
I bet you we could get at least 6 votes for the Virginia Beach Trail. And it's just I think that it would not only be a tremendous benefit, I mean, any city would kill to have an unimpeded right-of-way traversing the entire cross-section of their city. You know, I talk about connectivity, opportunities for development oriented around the trail, public art, walkability, bikeability, and something that touches all districts. I think that should be a priority for us. I also remember hearing that it would cost us $40 million to do nothing with these rec centers. And then it would cost us somewhere in the $60 million to renovate the 3 that need to be looked at. I would like a little bit more information around that, and whether that is something that the community wants too, because before we go ahead and spend 60 instead of 40, we should probably have a good sense for that. But I'm also quite willing to, hear everybody else out as well.
Okay, anyone else? Sabrina?
So since I brought up the referendum with those items associated with it, I mentioned doing a survey. And so if we're interested in seeing if individuals, residents are interested in those items and amenities, certainly a survey would be something that I would like to see implemented, whether that's online. I don't know what the cost is associated with it, but something as, I guess, minimal as, I'm not sure what was done with Rudy Loop, but there was an online survey. And so that can kind of help us understand what amenities are important to folks. This is something that they want to see pursued, and especially along the lines of that bond referendum that was mentioned with those amenities associated with it.
Okay, Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I agree. I think we could get to 6 on a VB Trail. I think that's a grand project for the city. But on the heels of Rudy Loop that we just talked about, we talked about affordable housing earlier, maintaining our focus on flooding mitigation in the bond referendum. More money may be needed for that. The need for a budget process. This is a priorities discussion today. And so I would be interested very much Councilwoman Wooten, in getting a survey and response from the city. I mean, we do represent the city, the citizens, and so I'd like to see their appetite for and some kind of civic engagement about these projects. Rudy Loop could be $40 to $60 million in and of itself. BB Trail, I don't know, I don't throw numbers out today, but the numbers add up. Our Parks and Recreation. Virginia Aquarium, the third most visited attraction in the Commonwealth of Virginia. We talked about that last week. So we got to talk about priorities and also the taxpayers. Thank you.
Okay, got Michael and then Barbara.
Thank you, Mayor. I think one of the outcomes that would be, I think, successful is that we really have, in addition to some focus around these new priorities, an understanding of what our existing commitments are. You know, there are 5 new members of this body and 1 returning, but I received a very disturbing report prior to January of this year that really told us all about the neighborhood playground replacement schedule, and how we have a huge balloon payment coming due around that replacement schedule, and we all can recognize just how much the families and neighborhoods utilize those spaces and how important they are for a neighborhood and for a community. I've loved the VB Trail, by the way. That I think we could get to 6, but I also think, again, we need to understand the totality of expenses associated with all of these. It's a beautiful wish list, and I love it, and I think we'd like to see all these things. But before we start talking about new investments, let's understand how the scope and size of what we have committed to maintain, that we've already established, that previous councils have already established, and how those fit in to the totality of other commitments that we've made and expenses that we have. I don't think we're doing a great job of that in this retreat, I have to tell you, if you haven't heard that from me already. I'm really concerned about, you know, setting false expectations about we can do this and we can do this. We have no understanding of what that's going to cost or what the budgetary impacts are. And I think we're possibly setting ourselves up for failure and setting the community up for disappointment. So I'll just...
If I could just, you know, respond to Michael before going to, you know, Barbara. You know, I think part of the thing about a retreat is to get things on the table. It's not necessarily setting a false expectation. You know, I think it's a matter of us getting to know what each individual's priorities are, and I think that has been pretty well established. And the idea is to come up with, you know, some of the main priorities. But all the things that we've talked about, Michael, are things in one way or another essential to running a local government. And, you know, so I do think at least by discussing them and then incorporating what we're doing with the budget process. And, you know, once again, you know, the private sector has far better ability to raise monies, change priorities, and pivot. But once again, the thing is we have to establish priorities because that's how we've got to figure out to spend the money that we, you know, have wisely. Okay, and Barbara.
Well, you just mentioned things like Rudy Loop and the aquarium, and those 2 projects are perfect fits for being funded through TIP with their annual debt service. That's what the program is for. I'm concerned that I'm hearing that there's going to be change in the SMART scale that will no longer fund our trails, bike trails particularly. That's how our bike trails have been funded largely, was from transportation grants. So if that's going to be a change, then we really are going to be in difficulty for that. But our whole trails program around the city is extremely important, and I think this VB Trail is an important aspect of it that we need to look at. But I think also this comes into our whole land use and the comprehensive plan issue because it's a part of our transportation, and so they do all kind of go together. But I think seeing how things like the trail system connects with everything else is vital if we're going to be able to address these things. But as far as some of the, quote, undeveloped parks, I think some of that is from our open space acquisitions over the time, because, I mean, we acquired property for open space with the thought that eventually it might be a park, and just because we haven't gotten around to make it into a park doesn't mean that we're failing. It just means that that was maybe a long-term purpose. So the reactivated open space program, I think, is not only going to be looking at acquiring properties that might be suitable for parkland, but also to help with the flooding issues. That's one of the things that the Open Space Committee has been working on, is their criteria for acquiring these things. So I think when we look at this whole question of what is needed in Parks and Rec, we kind of need to look at the purpose for each of these things, and some of them are more vital, more intense now, and some of them may be just long-term. But I know when we established the open space program to begin with, we did it with a increase in the restaurant meal tax, 0.44% of 1%, which we did back with the Major Projects Fund. And that funded the first aspect of the open space program for that first $50 million. And then for that time that we were not acquiring property a few years ago, that money went to Parks and Rec for maintenance. And now that we have reactivated the open space, we just need to get the money back to them that they would need otherwise. So those things all go together, and I think maybe just kind of a background analysis of where we are with our funding for Parks and Rec might be a good thing for us, so we can see what we're really looking at. I know that the open space, or that money from the meal tax, was kind of critical for a time, and now that it's back in open space, it might be that we haven't refunded that quite enough.
And Mr. Mayor, to directly answer that question, when that budget year, when we repurposed the open space to be what it was supposed to be and take out Parks and Rec operations, council in that same budget or next budget did send money over towards the Parks and Recreation operations to make them whole. In addition to that, and although Director Kirsch is not going to say it's enough, council did plus up additional funds to take care of the backlog, albeit it's not similar to what happened with the bond referendum. The dollar doesn't stretch as far as what it used to do. A trail now is 3 times as expensive as it was when we first initially did that as well. But council did send general fund dollars over to their operations to make them whole from what was lost from redirecting the open space fund to be what the open space fund was initially intended to be.
Okay, good discussion.
All right, so Parks and Rec, looking at the VB Trail, getting more information on the fiscal impact of all of these renovations, doing a community survey to understand community priorities, understanding current commitments, evaluating the criteria for open space acquisitions, and update on Parks and Rec funding. So next up is economic vitality. You talked generally about things like having long-term economic viability, economic opportunity, some things related to this area, the sports center and the convention center hotel, land around here, and what are you going to do with it, growing and diversifying the economy, transportation as a support for economic vitality, and our ATM, looking at our major employers. So what would success look like in the next 24 months if staff were to take some action here?
Yeah, Chris.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Staff could, within the next 3 months, bring back the only respondent to the RFP for the convention center space. Thank you.
Okay. Barbara?
A couple of years ago, about the time the pandemic started, we had just started a kind of a process because we recognized that we were going to have redevelopment of some of these areas, particularly these shopping centers, and that this would be causing conflicts with the neighborhoods and so forth. And we actually set up a committee. Mr. Rouse and I were the liaisons with economic development and so forth to start talking about the process that we might follow on the front end so that we didn't get the opposition that we would otherwise get. Unfortunately, with the pandemic, we had other things diverting us, and we weren't able to get together to have meetings, but it started out pretty successfully. I'm thinking we might need to go back to that, because I think this whole thing with economic vitality is going to involve a lot of redevelopment of these areas, and we need the right kind of buy-in with our neighborhoods so that we don't run into that NIMBY thing. I think one of the things we were going to do was to show them the benefits of this, because many of those early shopping centers had absolutely no stormwater control, for example. So now with a redevelopment, they will get that and so forth. So I think looking at the fact that it's going to be, we're entering the redevelopment phase of our city is really important. And so if we kind of come up with how to do that with our neighbors and recognizing that, you know, the first reaction of people is going to be negative, and I think Kempsville had some experience with that recently that started out bad but turned around to be pretty good. But if you work with if the neighbors all are aware of it to begin with, maybe we can ease this process. But I think looking at infill and redevelopment is going to be critical in the future, and we might want to go back and work on that process.
Okay, Josh, and then Worth.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just going to make 2 quick points. I'm going to reiterate my support and thoughts around offshore wind and alternative energy as probably our largest economic opportunity, a way to lean into regional workforce development initiatives and initiatives around the Port of Virginia, Portsmouth Marine Terminal, and all the way up to Richmond. It is a way for us to build a 4th leg for our city's economy. It is a way for us to brand ourselves a little more closely around the water, because that's who we are identity-wise. And then I would also like for staff to bring us a presentation on the Eastern Virginia Regional Infrastructure Facilities Authority, and that is a mechanism by which localities can cost and revenue share on infrastructure investments, site development, and if we don't have the land here in Virginia Beach for large warehouses, they may somewhere else, and we may be able to participate and share in some of the cost and benefit of that arrangement. And my understanding is it's very nominal pay to play fee, but without a couple $1,000s in terms of investment into that pay to play, you don't get to look at what those opportunities are.
Okay, Worth.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And this topic, economic vitality, ties closely, in my opinion, to land use, the most popular topic that we discussed earlier in terms of the comprehensive plan. Where do we go with the city with their land, as well as strategic growth areas along Interstate 264, including town center and expanding town center for office and retail and hotel hospitality growth, as well as, of course, here at the ocean front. And again, I cited earlier 50 acres around us. It's actually 68 acres or so around us here at the convention center, where there's great opportunity for economic vitality and land use. In terms of offshore wind, it's no question that could be the question for our region and our city, a branding opportunity, but also 6 companies have located in our city in the past 2 years, small for offices at this point, but they could need industrial land in the future for to support the offshore wind projects, and that's plural Dominion and Avangrid. So offshore wind is a certain great opportunity to diversify our economy.
Okay, Michael.
Thank you. I think a successful outcome in terms of economic vitality is two things. It's expanding opportunity and access to more people, broader coalition of constituencies, more diverse communities, and also more widely distributed geographically. So as much as we absolutely value and support the economic activity that happens in certain areas of the city, we need to make sure that other parts of the city have equal and similar access to opportunity and to entrepreneurism and to the support to have an opportunity to create wealth for themselves and their families.
Thank you. Okay, Amelia and then Barbara.
I agree with what Councilman Worth, Remick, and Councilman Belushi mentioned, so I won't repeat that. But I did write, growing our economy for more resiliencies and sustainability is important, bringing in that industrial and manufacturing. In other words, starting more homegrown instead of outsourcing. A lot of what we have will make a difference for the economic vitality. And that you mentioned about the small businesses to help maintain. Another thing that I did mention was streamlining the approval and permitting policies and processes, because quite a few businesses, as they come in, ask about that. We want to develop, we want to build, but your process and the permit is very long. Action steps to kind of streamline that will make a difference and will make Virginia Beach more favorable to the economic development. Thank you.
Barbara.
A couple of points, but first of all, let me just throw in a plug for our agricultural industry. You know, we can advertise everything as made in Virginia Beach with our agricultural products. We just do it in the dirt instead of in a big building. As far as the alternative energy, of course there's Dominion Energy, and that's down to getting its last final permits, which are expected this fall, and we know that that is going along around. I hope I made a distinction between the Dominion Energy and the Avangrid. I put at your places an information sheet on the Kitty Hawk Avangrid. That's a whole different animal with a lot of concerns. But one of the things that has just happened, July 31st, as a matter of fact, is opening a whole new lease area off of Virginia Beach, essentially, which is going to open up other opportunities. And I just caution us on getting into something too early and closing off other opportunities later on. So please, let's make a distinction between these different projects. But I look forward to working with the Dominion Energy people. I think they're getting ready to send out another line of communication to the folks who are going to be along their line, because they are going to be starting construction probably fairly soon, and that's going to be a big impact. But and of course the port is going to be serving all of these windshield offshore industries all along the coast, not just here. So it doesn't have to land here in Virginia Beach to benefit our ports. So let's make a distinction between these different projects, because they're very, very different.
Okay, Jen.
I'd like a presentation, it might be from the Hampton Roads Workforce Council, about the relationship between higher education, the institutions in the area, workforce development, and economic growth. So what are the initiatives, or what direction, and this is regional, so not just Virginia Beach schools, but Norfolk State, ODU, just anything around the area. What does that relationship look like, and what's the pipeline looking like for workforce development? Where is there growth, where not? I'd like to see what that looks like, so we can see the landscape of workforce development, how it connects to these initiatives that we have.
Jen, not a problem. I'm on the board of directors of that. We can go one or both of two routes. Number one, we can have Sean Avery come in and give a presentation. But the other thing, we can invite council members when we have our board of directors meetings. You know, when we have the whole Delsino Miles is on it and a group of other people. You know, well, I'll let you know when those meetings are, and you can, you know, definitely attend. Fair enough. Okay, at this point, when it comes to this, let me if I can put a capstone on it. You know, our city is a definite, for lack of better terms, on a on-deck circle for some tremendous, you know, growth and development. Like I said, we got the cables coming in, we got everything coming in, and you know, good things are coming. So we just got to plan it. We have a lot of initiatives on the table. You know, we'll get there. Okay, next.
Next is public safety. You all mostly said we want to maintain public safety. You didn't earlier talk about specifics other than the Lita building, which we were putting in the assets. But so would invite you, what does success look like here? What actions would you like taken?
Okay, Barbara.
Public safety is very broad, and I think it's gotten to be a lot more attention for all of us as we look at things that have happened. My goodness, just within the last couple of weeks, we look at wildfires, we look at hurricanes going ashore on the West Coast. Times are really changing, and I really worry. So public safety is very broad now, and I think our whole emergency services department is extremely important to us as well, and making sure that our citizens have not become complacent, because we have been very fortunate the past several years, but it's going to be our turn one of these times, and I hope we are up to speed. I really appreciate the fact that we've got a good presentation coming down county in September, because our folks really need to know what to do in an emergency. And I think we can see, like I say, with all of these horrible things that have been happening, that people have to be prepared long before the emergency comes so that they do know what to do. So I hope we won't forget that aspect of the public safety, although all of it's important, and I don't want to leave off anybody, but this aspect of it really does concern me a lot.
Okay, Michael.
I totally agree with Mrs. Henley. And in my previous remarks, I mentioned a number of public safety components, but, sorry, did I? But I didn't include emergency management, and that's such an important part of it. Virginia Beach should have the finest public safety system and infrastructure anywhere in the world, and I believe we do, really, or very close to it. Specific things include LEDA. It includes workforce recruitment and retention. It includes supporting the volunteers that support the system. And it ensures that we treat public safety professionals with the respect that they deserve, and that we compensate them fairly, and we make sure they have the best equipment.
Okay, Rocky.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One issue that the manager's been working on, I'd like to bring to your attention. I don't know if you've heard about it, but after the Good Friday plane crash years ago, we had a fireman that developed cancer from that. And in that same day, we had many first responders that were there. The men and women of the sheriff's office, the men and women of the police department were all there as well. And we have been trying to look to extend that screening to some of the folks that were there. And I think we've probably identified over 170 folks that were there that day. And it may be a heavy lift getting the screening, but I think the heavy lift is worth it for the peace of mind that folks were there, because we had first responders on the scene at that terrible crash as it smoldered and burned for many days. They were there in the mix every day with that smoldering burn. So I know the manager's team is working on something that maybe we can find a way to help these folks get the screenings that they need. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. Okay, anybody else on public safety? You know, we are the safest city in the country. Thank you and your folks, Rocky. And okay.
Yeah, when you mention what public safety looks like, we are doing a pilot program, Park After Dark, and it's amazing. We have not people just from Virginia Beach, from Chesapeake, from Norfolk, who come all the way for that evening. And to hear, it's in District 4, but to hear the response, I ask, how do you feel? We feel so safe. It is nice. Those are important, and that doesn't just happen. We have the police, we have the whole group out there, making them have that feeling of safety. So, to me, the city is working hard towards keeping people safe. I just wanted to throw that out. Thank you.
Things you all are asking for is to keep in the same direction you're
Correct.
going.
Same trajectory. Yep.
We've just got a couple left. City physical and human asset management. This was talking about city buildings, projects, municipal campus, dealing with inflation on infrastructure costs, repurposing the MoCA building, the visitor center, the library on 22nd Street. Lita, it was also talking about funding and supporting staff.
Okay, wouldn't that be part of the budget process?
I'll mention, I think you hit most of these in the budget and also in the flood protection program. Council has not hit personnel yet. If they wanted to do that, they could, but it's up to you, Mayor and Council.
Okay, Barbara?
Could I just ask, when in the world is the old building 2 going to be ready for the police department to move in, and when can we get these buildings? And we've been out of the old city hall for a year now. How much longer is it going to be before that is finished?
So I think Council's going to get invited to start doing tours in the new police headquarters, probably like next month. And then police should be able to move in there in early part of next year, right? So probably around the January, February timeframe, police will start to move in there. And then what's the ETA on the other facilities? LJ, come up top, please. Or Kathy, whoever is going to speak on it. Okay.
Our old building, our old city hall is now going to be called Building 3? That's correct. And when? Next spring? Wonderful.
That's correct. That's what we're shooting for at this point. There are still a couple of big ticket items that could delay us, but that's what we're shooting for is late spring.
And that'll be what, public utilities and technology, or?
Public utilities, a little bit of IT, and planning.
Planning. Well, planning was there many years ago, so they're going back home.
Yes,
and
ma'am.
so then the only other people that will still be unhoused will be Public Works?
Yes, that's correct. So after the police leave Building 11, we do have a presentation to give to City Council to talk about how all this is going to transpire. But after police move out of Building 11, then we'll be able to retrofit that building for Public Works and IT to move into.
And how long will that, probably a year?
I think we're scheduled for about 18 months on that.
Yeah. Well, it would be so good to have everybody back home.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, does that pretty well cover for everybody? Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I don't know if you want to cover anything on the personnel aspect of this. Council doesn't have to, but that was the other component on this, was personnel.
Does anybody have any major concerns? Once again, it's difficult recruiting and retaining in a lot of departments, and I think they're making good strides in doing that. Rosemary?
And I think it's been said around this table how valuable our employees are to us, how much we care about them. We want to have the best, and we want to provide the best compensation that we possibly can within our fiscal constraints. But this council is very dedicated to the people who make us look good. The people who go to work every day and serve our citizens. So I think that's kind of where we all are.
Okay, great. Okay. Yep, Josh.
Just really quick, I know in this past year's budget, some money was allocated toward employee satisfaction evaluation and some of that. I just want to make sure that that was still in the works or something that's ongoing. And then I guess lastly, and you probably know this, Mr. Manager, better than anybody, but I know you need some help at the top. So, so whatever we can do to help assist in that regard, let us know, please.
All right. Corridors and physical appearance. You had talked about things, some of this overlaps again with land use, I think, but
Yeah.
placemaking and the arts and culture, and addressing some of the entryways into the city. Talked a little bit about the accessibility as well. Trying to see if there are things that you haven't touched on already. Sort of the city brand.
Yeah, Michael.
I think it's neat, for some of us, the intent is even a little bit more broad than that. It's about a beautification of neighborhoods and public infrastructure. It's about ensuring that neighborhoods throughout the city have the same types of resources. For example, you know, we all deserve usable sidewalks. We all deserve the same investment in landscaping. And yet, and I'm not pointing any fingers to say that there's some malicious intent behind this, but frankly, not every part of the city is as, or doesn't appear to be as meticulously maintained as others. And there are, in some cases, good reasons for that. But I do think we need to ensure that Virginia Beach remains such a beautiful city, and that you have the ability to have a sense of understanding that the city values one neighborhood just as much as any other anywhere in the city. And for me, that's a big part of this corridor and physical appearance. It's equality, and it's investment, and it's neighborhood protection and preservation.
Okay, great. Okay, Josh.
Quickly, I would just like for us to focus on the Shore Drive Corridor Plan update and design guidelines update, and I would be happy to support other members in their districts for, you know, similar small area plans and corridor studies that that are aimed toward exactly what you're talking about, Councilman.
Thank you. Chris?
An action item for staff, if you could bring back, I guess, similar to the vibe, we don't necessarily have that on Shore Drive. Do we know if there are any city-sponsored murals, pieces of art within that gateway to the resort, Shore Drive, specifically from the Delta Hot Tuna to the Lessner Bridge? Thank you.
Okay.
Your last one is civic engagement. I'll say, I've heard you talk about civic engagement throughout. I don't know that you need it to be a separate item, because I feel like you've been
I think
embedding.
especially with the budget process and everything, in almost every area we covered it, okay? All righty.
We've gotten through all our red dots, our big red bubbles. I would ask Mr. Manager, are there any things that you need clarification on?
I think at this time I'm good. Yeah, I mean, obviously we'll report back out to council, and then if there's any resource constraints, we'll let them know.
Monica?
So Councilmember Belushi's thoughts are heavy on my mind. So I do want to level set that what we bring back to you all, the initiatives will vary in like lift. So some of the things where that had your blue dots and your green dots, you're probably going to see more activity, more focused area. Some of the ones as we gotten towards the end might be lighter lifts. So that's really where we're going to be able to spread our currency of like our focus and our time and our energy. So you shouldn't expect like equity amongst like treatment for all 18 areas. That wouldn't be possible. But where you had like the 21 votes, probably going to have a lot of initiatives and action areas around it. But that's going to come back to you for your feedback, consideration, markups, but do want to be transparent that it's not going to be equitable of where you see initiatives built around.
And Monica, can you also clarify as well the community engagement aspect of this?
Yes, because we have fully thought that through at this point. But what we know is that we want to, Councilmember Wooten pulled out some of the pages from the community survey. So that is something that can help us. So we're going to go back to that, use that, but also not sure if we're going to get to the initiative level on like a survey, Mr. Manager and Council, and Mayor, but thinking maybe at that broader red dot area of what does success look like to them. And that might also give us additional feedback. But we have some statistical significance from the survey. We asked in each category, where do you want us to focus our area the next 2 years? The question that Councilmember Wooten brought up was 3 years. So some of this we have, and it's really trying to cater to what we already have and present it to the public, make sure we're on the right mark. But we want to make sure that folks don't think that we're surveying and not listening, but just really being consistent in what they've already told us. So does that help? I mean, council will see. We won't put it out before we give council an opportunity to see it. Okay.
And we are at the next steps part of the agenda. You've already addressed that a little. Is there any?
Yeah, so essentially tomorrow, OPA, they've been taking great notes. We'll get with the facilitator. Staff, we have them tomorrow. And we're going to start building this out some more at our staff retreat. We'll do it outside of that staff retreat. I don't have the PowerPoint pulled up, but there's a particular date of when we're going to hit the market with community engagement, but you'll know what we're doing before then. We're bringing it back to you. So it's an ongoing conversation. Today wasn't a one and done, but you guys have given us good feedback to go start filling out. But I do want to pause to see if they have any questions, because I want them to feel like this was time well spent. Or do you have like a closing?
Yeah, I was gonna ask you to just do a brief close, but before we do that, any questions?
Any questions, concerns, comments?
I just want to say real quick, shout out to Beverly, who's crawled down here the whole afternoon filling out this board right here. She did a great job.
Oh, thank you. Anybody else? Well, I just want to thank the staff and the facility. Yep, Amelia?
Monica, I just have a question. And this is general when you mentioned about the equity of the different parts of the city. I have family and different people that come in. And all they hear is Virginia Beach, the resort city. So they come in and they say, where's the beach? In other words, they're expecting you living out Green Run or living out Rosemont, that the beach is right there. And you have to say, well, you gotta go 20 minutes or so forth. How can we have something that gives that inclusion that we're not all living next to the sand? So we've got the agriculture, we've got this. What can we put in our narrative to say we are, a city with the ATM effect, with the, other areas with town center, with what's going on along shoreline?
Sure thing. I think you all have some of that in your plan. Councilmember Rouse brought it up, and you all quickly supported that, of this idea of placemaking and activation of space. I know Councilmember Schulman said it's coming up in the comp plan quite a bit in the engagement. So I think that's part of it, is giving the districts or the areas identity. I know you go to certain cities and you can name the neighborhoods and what they're known for. So if you did Charlotte, you know the artsy district, you know old money district. I mean, things have like personalities. So I think you all are kind of hitting on that. Like 36 miles of oceanfront, we're always going to be known for the beach, right? But I think this placemaking and activation and how do you get businesses involved, I think that's a real exciting opportunity that we can leverage to see how do we bring that and make that more paramount. So folks are like, yeah, I want to go play the piano that's covered out in the middle of nowhere and use the, not middle of nowhere, someplace special, and play the Purple Book. So I think you all have some of that. And as you talk about the equity and how do we spread the wealth throughout the cities, I think you all, it's almost a theme when I look at your buckets. So
Thank you so much for what you do.
Okay, at this point, I want to, I think on behalf of council and management, thank the facilitators and the staff and all the folks in the gallery in the back that were with us all day. I think it was a productive day. I think our council members got to know each other a little different. We know what we think is on our mind. But let me just say this, Virginia Beach is a great city. You know, we got some work to do, but I'll tell you what, this is where we live, work, and play ourselves. And think about it, people spend big bucks to come here and visit. We have the privilege of living here. Thank you all, and God bless you.